Emma's request made Jiang Chen realize the problem with selecting roles for the movie. With the thought that it was no different suggesting one or two people, when Jiang Chen called Nolan, he mentioned the name Lu Yao. There is no problem with Miss Watson, her performance and acting skills are excellent. Kristen and she are both one of the best candidates for Captain Jennifer. Since it is your side's request, giving her the role is no problem. Just, who is Lu Yao? Nolan frowned. It's my friend. If it is convenient, just give her a minor role. Does she have experience in acting? Nolan worriedly asked. Don't worry, she is quite famous in Han. Her acting skills are great. Then no problem, we'll provide her with a screening opportunity. But if she is not selected? It's okay if she is not selected, just give her a screening opportunity. If she doesn't fit, just replace her with someone else, no need to be concerned of my side, Jiang Chen said. Nolan nodded. He was mostly worried about Jiang Chen forcefully demanding a role for her. It would be unpleasant for both sides if he had to change the person, therefore, he warned Jiang Chen beforehand. I'm very picky about my role selection, tell her to be prepared. No problem. Jiang Chen hung up the phone before he called Lu Yao. Hello. Do you miss me? I miss you so much. Why did you remember to call me? Lu Yao said joyfully. I can't call you if I don't have anything to do. Jiang Chen laughed. Of course not. Are you going to be free anytime soon? Fortunately, I just finished a movie and I'm now in my free period. My agent is helping me to contact the next movie and this time she recommended I try to challenge the female lead role. Female lead, pity, Jiang Chen regretfully said, I helped you contact a movie, but unfortunately is only a supporting role. Forget about it. Lu Yao paused for a moment. A supporting role? Wait, which movie is it? I think the name is Time Curtain. Time Curtain. Lu Yao was astonishment. Of course she had heard the name before, it was the movie co-filmed by Warner Brothers and Future Technology. The film was based on a novel by a Han writer. Any novel who received international awards would be highly portrayed in the country. Participating in this film will without a doubt help her acting career greatly. She just didn't think Jiang Chen would remember her for such an important movie. I'm only a mistress, are you not interested? Then I will give the role to someone else. Hello. Screw you. Don't bully me. Tears rolled down to her smiling lips. She rubbed her eyes and coyly said. The voice was trembling because of her emotions. I will stop teasing you. I already mentioned this to the director. Go buy a ticket to Los Santos and go screen at Warner Brothers. I love you so much, Muwa. Don't be so happy yet, I'm only here to provide the opportunity. It is up to you to see if you can grasp onto the opportunity. Jiang Chen smiled, Nolan is very picky with the acting of his cast. It is ultimately up to you to see if you can become a world-class premier movie star. Although Lu Yao became popular in Ma Dongmei's Brother a year ago, her popularity remained domestic. As a star that just entered the scene, her international presence was minimal. It was a great opportunity for her to enter Hollywood through Time Curtain. It was up to herself to see how well she could act in the supporting role. Movie-related tasks were put aside for now. During the afternoon, Dr. Amos called and invited Jiang Chen to his lab stating he wanted to display his newest research achievement. Arriving at Future Building, Jiang Chen took the elevator to the first floor. Dr. Amos' daughter opened the door for him, that blonde loli afraid of strangers. But this time she didn't just run back to her father and instead, took him to the lab. Perhaps because Jiang Chen often visited, she was used to the uncle. If Jiang Chen knew that the loli already viewed him as an uncle, he would certainly have a mixture of emotions. When Jiang Chen pushed open the door, he saw Dr. Amos working on the back of a robot's brain with a precise welding torch. Amos, who sensed Jiang Chen's presence, didn't turn his head. He closed the torch and connected the wires to the head before he started to ramble. Whoever invented the graphene chip is a genius. I installed Dragon Cavalry X1 on the robot. Take a guess what happened. Million, go back to your room. Aha. The little loli nodded sensibly. She threw her squirrel tail like ponytails and ran outside of the lab. Jiang Chen examined the layout of the lab before he focused on the robot brain on the table. What happened? Amos typed on the keyboard and inputted a few commands on the computer. An even more powerful robot. Can I interpret you as saying bullsh *t? Jiang Chen looked at him, speechless. Even as an outsider, Jiang Chen knew that using a ultra chip on the robot is equal to changing a CPU for the robot, which meant a more powerful computational power. No, 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 Amos grinned, his eyes were replaced with zealous light as he pointed at the phantom helmet on the side. Put on the helmet and try, I promise you will be astonished with what you will see. Jiang Chen looked at him with skepticism and picked up the helmet. Dr. Amos owned Future Technology's highest S-level technology permission, which includes neural connection, the artificial intelligence database, seabed mining, and other non-public technology. Other people may not be able to open and modify the Phantom, but he could redesign one with the equipment in the lab. But the cost of peeking at the technology a century ahead was that he must live under the monitor of a ghost agent for the rest of his life. Every message he sends and receives must be audited by Gene. He lost all of his privacy and freedom. Jiang Chen was not afraid that he would hurt him, he just didn't understand what he wanted to say. Put it on and try. Amos rushed in excitement. Jiang Chen hesitantly put on the helmet and pressed the on switch for the helmet. Then, he opened his eyes. The scene before him was astonishing. For the people of the 21st century, the real world and virtual world were only defined by a thin line. This was especially true after the introduction of virtual reality helmets. Jiang Chen brought Dr. Amos' research work and paper back to the apocalypse and handed it to Lin Lin. Lin Lin opened her digitalized eyes and used 10 minutes to digest the content of the paper, then she sighed. Regardless of the era, there will always be geniuses. What do you think about this paper, and the technology? Jiang Chen asked. It's perfect. Even Lin Lin, who did not have the most humble attitude, praised the technology. As to what happened when Jiang Chen put on the helmet, let's set the time back by 2 hours. Jiang Chen opened his eyes. No, precisely speaking, the robot's head on the table opened its eyes. He saw Dr. Amos, himself with the helmet, the mirror in front of him, and himself in the mirror. Neural connection. And the more advanced spiritual connection. Don't you think it is fascinating? God. I feel like I'm a wizard from the Middle Age that could implant a person's soul into a doll. This is truly fascinating. Could you deactivate this state for me? The speaker and not his vocal cord made the sound, it was a magical experience. But even then, the empty feeling below his neck made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Don't worry, this thing won't last long. Amos opened his hands and shrugged. The voice died down and Jiang Chen's vision was cut out with his consciousness returning to his body. He took off the helmet on his head. He threw the helmet aside and immediately asked. What is going on here? Because of the large amount of data that must be processed, even Dragon Cavalry X1 could only last half a minute. I considered using my design to increase the efficiency of the processing, but it is not my field of expertise. Perhaps it is more feasible to simplify the code of the operating system to increase the efficiency. Amos let out a sigh. Dr. Amos clearly didn't realize what kind of terrifying technology he created. Jiang Chen was uncertain if the technology existed in the apocalypse. Therefore, he brought Amos' research work and paper back to the apocalypse to see Lin Lin. But the response he received made him even more stunned. In my memory, the technology didn't even exist before the war. As you should know, the Scientific Ethics Committee conducts technical reviews of all research institutes, if any of which is proven to be anti-human or may be used as low-cost terror attacks. Research would be banned, such as antimatter or digitalized humans. They are just like medieval magistrates, except that the Bible is a universally recognized universal value. Lin Lin then took a moment to think before she continued. Transcribing your mind onto the circuit board obviously has violated the relevant regulations and will surely be stopped when it is discovered. Of course, this is not absolute. My father, for example, started with support from a PAC consortium and started an inhumane research project. Perhaps it might be stored in a non-public lab. According to Lin Lin's introduction, the principle of Dr. Amos's research results was actually very simple. Most phantom helmets used Xion's quantum computer as processor with itself only as a modem for both neural and electrical signals. In theory, as long one gained the access right to change the helmet operating system, it is not impossible to use other supercomputers as a server. Based on this theory, Dr. Amos used the chip of the robot to act as the server for the phantom helmet. The phantom will read the signal sent out by the human brain and return to the ultra chip on the robot's brain while accepting the feedback from the chip and sending back to the human brain. Regular chips definitely can't process such a large amount of information, but the ultra chip can. Precisely speaking, Dragon Cavalry X1 can. While it sounded simple on paper, there were many difficulties in the execution. Therefore, Dr. Amos received praise from Lin Lin despite never having met him before just because of the execution. While he was standing on the giant's shoulder, he saw the scenery even the giant has never seen before. Just wear a helmet, keep the signal connection, and one could survive in the form of a robot. Only limited by technical problems, the Dragon Cavalry X1 Ultra chip also couldn't process for a long time. Perhaps when the Dragon Cavalry XN is released could the problem be solved. However, this problem was actually nothing for Jiang Chen. After all, the gap between the apocalypse and the modern world, even an ordinary home computer processor computing efficiency was far superior than the superchip Dragon Cavalry X1. Did Jiang Chen know clearly the implication of this technology? Disabilities, aging, and terminally ill people could wear their helmets or put their brains more directly into the culture tank as long as their brains are intact and live in this world with their digitalized bodies. As long as the signal is good, people who are physically deficient can even be healthier than normal people. High-risk, high-intensity work can be done by the robot, but the direct manipulation of the human brain makes the robot equipped with human resilience and creativity. Robots that connect their mind to their circuit boards will have a much broader application prospect than robots that are good at repetitive operations. Not only in civil areas but also war applications. Imagine that a paratrooper is not a flesh-and-blood human, but a robot warrior controlled by a helmet player. They are not afraid of bullets, nor do they even fear death itself. They could rampage in the battlefield covered by heavy artillery. Of course, perhaps an EMP or wide-area electromagnetic shielding can make them break down as electronic warfare is their weakness. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why soldiers of the flesh were not replaced by drones even in the Third World War. Of course, the technology was still in its infancy. It was still far from allowing humans to control robots like the way they control their body. There was a long way to go. And this route may not be shorter than the warp engine Jiang Lin was still working on. When Jiang Chen returned to the modern world, he came to see Dr. Amos again and put 10 chips inside a metal box in his hands. Amos looked at Jiang Chen, puzzled. This is a chip that is superior to the Dragon Cavalry X1 in every aspect. It is still in its testing phase, Jiang Chen said. Testing phase, is this usable? Why don't you try? I can guarantee you one point, that is that the computation efficiency of this chip is at least 10 times the Dragon Cavalry X1. It was the chip for the reptile drone after all. It was superior both in the chip process technology and design. It was at least 10 generations ahead of the early 21st century graphene chips. Amos stared at Jiang Chen in bewilderment as he exclaimed. God, how much more stuff do you have? I don't have as much good stuff as God has, but I still have more. Do you want to know where the chip is from? Jiang Chen looked at him with a grin. Amos shook his head with determination. No need, I feel like if I know about this secret, I probably won't be able to leave this basement. A wise choice. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't continue with the topic. He patted him on the shoulder. If you used all the chips, report it to through Gene and someone will send you more chips. I have confidence in you. I also believe this technology will change the world. Fortunately, Jiang Chen headed out so Aisha could finish decorating before Christmas Eve. If he was around to make a mess, perhaps the decorations wouldn't be up until tomorrow morning. During the evening, Natasha and Xia Shiyu simultaneously showed up at Jiang Chen's place. My parents don't celebrate Christmas. It is a statutory holiday at work, and I have nothing to do. Therefore, I'm here, Xia Shiyu at door, with gifts in her hands, said embarrassedly. Don't look at me, I don't have anything on me. If you don't trust me, search for yourself. Natasha raised her eyebrows at Aisha, fully alerted. Because of the two girls' visit, the empty mansion became more lively. Normally, only Aisha and Jiang Chen stayed there and the two happened to be the quiet type, therefore the massive mansion was always quiet. While Xia Shiyu was not as serious when she is not at work, she was not the vocal type either. Luckily, Natasha was there. While her careless attitude doesn't mesh too well with Aisha, she was a great person after all. On the table was golden roasted turkey, strawberry and mango fruit cake, marzipan, apple pie, cranberry sauce. Just looking at it would make people hungry. The four sat around the table, chatted, and ate. When they finished half the turkey, Natasha suddenly turned her head and ran into the kitchen. She then came out with a bottle of alcohol. Jiang Chen saw the bottle and his eyebrows twitched in pain. Diva vodka, known as the world's most attractive vodka. It is priced at between $100,000 and $1 million, depending on the level of luxury of the packaging, its year of origin, and its production origin. The alcohol brewing process was also extremely cool. It was first filtered with ice, and then filtered with the Nordic birch charcoal, and finally filtered through precious stones and semi-precious stones, known as the triple distillation. And the erected glistening Swarovski crystal wand at the center of the bottle indicated that this bottle clearly belonging to the $1 million category. The bottle was a gift from Carmen Rothschild, but Jiang Chen was unwilling to bring it out during this party, and instead kept it as a collectible inside his fridge. It was not because of the money, but rather how difficult it was to obtain one. Russia's Christmas party is a vodka party. Have a shot. Natasha opened the bottle and the room was filled with a rich aroma of alcohol. What does Christmas have to do with drinking? Jiang Chen scorned. Despite his scorn, he still extended his cup. You're welcome. Natasha grinned and poured everyone a shot. Don't you think it is odd to say you're welcome to the owner of the bottle? Jiang Chen sniffed the rich birch aroma and took a sip. When the sweet alcohol rolled down his throat, his eyes lit up. Great stuff. Fine, he couldn't taste the difference between this and baijiu. On the contrary, Natasha finished the cup as if she was drinking water and poured herself another cup. Jiang Chen instantly learned. Vodka was not something one savored, but something one chugged. But then, why was it sold at the same price as wine? While he cursed in his mind, Jiang Chen raised his cup, asking Natasha to pour him another one. Aisha looked at the cup in front of her with hesitation. Although she followed Jiang Chen's non-religious belief, she still remained cautious with alcohol. The clear alcohol was like the devil's eyes, pristine but filled with lust. But when she saw Natasha down a drink in her proactive sight, the girl couldn't withstand it anymore. It was only in front of Jiang Chen did she not want to lose anymore, especially to Natasha who was the same kind. Therefore, Aisha expressionlessly held onto the cup, withstood the pungent smell of alcohol, and downed the drink. The burning sensation rolled from her throat down into her stomach. It was her first time drinking such high-percentage alcohol and tears almost came out of her eyes. Xia Xiyu covered her mouth and giggled. Natasha, who saw her pretending to be tough, just burst out laughing. Cough, cough, cough. Natasha couldn't hold it down anymore. She held her burning throat and ran to the kitchen. Jiang Chen stared at Natasha while the latter just pretended to be innocent while rolling her eyes. She didn't look apologetic at all. When Aisha returned to the table, she didn't touch the alcohol anymore. Regardless of how Natasha provoked her, she just ignored her. Everyone has their weaknesses. The small interruption didn't interfere with the mood at the table, or rather, it made the four closer. The saying that three women make for a great show seems true, and it was the first time Jiang Chen witnessed it. Even the quiet Aisha and the standoffish Xia Xiyu began to make conservation under the atmosphere. They surprisingly shared a similar interest. Clothes. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen didn't know anything about this at all. Therefore, he dumbfounded realized that he was the outcast, unable to join their conversation. But since he was drinking while watching three beauties chat, it was a delightful experience. Natasha had the most fun drinking. After a few shots of vodka, her golden hair got stuck to her forehead by the clear sweat drops. Her white shirt began to be stained and it revealed her bra underneath. Jiang Chen, who sat across from her, didn't know where he should focus his eyes. Xia Xiyu's alcohol tolerance was only mediocre. After being drunk the last time at the company gathering, she decided to drink more cautiously. Whenever she drank, she at most limited herself to 3 drinks. But for some reason today, perhaps because of the atmosphere, or perhaps the alcohol Natasha raided out of Jiang Chen's fridge was all ridiculously expensive, she decided to have a few more drinks. Compared to the boldness of Natasha, Xia Xiyu's gestures were decorated with the elegance of the Oriental beauty. The pupils intoxicated by the alcohol cast over a sparkling mist, and the blush on her face was redder. Even if she was still proper, she was charming. To be honest, looking at the 3 beauties in front of his eyes, Jiang Chen, who was somewhat drunk, almost couldn't contain himself. He just had to keep drinking shot by shot, but he didn't know if drinking now would be helpful. When the clock struck 12, no one had the energy left to sing Christmas songs. Finally, other than Aisha, the 3 all had their heads on the table. The girl helplessly sighed and cleaned up the mess by herself before moving Xia Xiyu and Natasha to the guest rooms. It took Aisha quite an effort to move Natasha. When she was carrying her, Natasha kissed her. The shy girl instantly turned red and tossed Natasha on the bed, infuriated. She then threw a blanket on her before escaping from the room. Jiang Chen was next. Aisha gently put him on her shoulder. She felt the warmth behind her bum and the warm breaths that whispered into her ear. Her face was even burning hotter than when she drank the alcohol. When they went upstairs, she didn't go to the bedroom. Instead, she directly went to the washroom at the end of the hall. When Jiang Chen and the girls were completely drunk, Wall Street across the planet was having a pleasant day. Investors all gathered inside the stock exchange. Excited smiles were the common theme on everyone's face. Needlessly to think, the happy people all received an early Christmas gift. They bought the stock of high-tech freshwater. While the phone could be used to track the real-time quotas of the stock market, the lucky ones all wanted to be at the scene to experience the exciting moment. Finally, in the investors' highly anticipated debut, the logo and the name of high-tech freshwater appeared on the big screen, signaling its listing. With B City Consortium handling the initial public offering, high-tech freshwater's road to becoming public was far smoother than expected. With a total market cap of $7.14 billion, high-tech freshwater issued 50 million shares at $20 per share with a circulation market capitalization of $1 billion, accounting for 14% of the total share capital. At the opening moment, the volume actually turned empty for a second. Listing prices went all the way up, the stock price went up 2%, directly to $20.4 before high volumes appeared. Short-term shock adjustments and the difficult-to-suppress stock price began its ascension, which made many investors directly orgasm in excitement. Freshwater supply orders from Saudi totaling more than $400 million each year, as well as the ongoing fresh water supply negotiation in the UAE. Under such positive and favorable conditions, it would be hard for high-tech freshwater stock price to be low. Because of Christmas Eve, the stock exchange in accordance with 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time closed 3 hours in advance. When investors were still struggling to get out of the stock exchange building, high-tech freshwater's price closed at $23.4. The first-day gain of 17% was definitely a miracle in the history of the market. It must be mentioned that regardless of the color of the ups and downs or anything else, other than the Shanghai Stock Exchange, which was the most regulated in the world, any new issuance of shares would most likely experience a plunge. Other than the Shanghai market, this phenomenon was true across the globe, especially for Nasdaq. Think when CIC invested in Blackstone, think about the original Alibaba, and then think about the past few years if you bought Facebook, Zynga, or Groupon at the time of listing. The first 2 years you may have lost quite a bit. Market value exceeded $6 billion without suspense, then it exceeded the $8 billion mark, and moved toward $9 billion. To put it into another perspective, just as Aisha was helping Jiang Chen into the shower, his assets skyrocketed by more than $6 billion. However, it was not until the next morning, when Jiang Chen woke up from the gentleness and looked at his phone, did he learn this fact. Even if his assets exceeded $100 billion already, his eyebrows still twitched. No wonder so many Hua companies did everything to get into the Wall Street market. The money-making speed was ridiculous. After Christmas ends, Lunar New Year would be in another 1.5 months. The festive mood on the streets did not decline the slightest. Many shops chose to keep up the Christmas decorations until a few days before replacing them with blessing words and couplets of the Lunar New Year. This scene can be considered unique to Xi'an. This highlighted the cultural inclusiveness of this country. After Christmas, the immigration wave once again erupted in the country. Immigration was nothing new for this island of booming economic growth. The Han cultural circle and the loose government were particularly attractive to the Han people. As of December, the population of Xi'an had exceeded the 150,000 mark and had been moving toward 200,000 without losing momentum. Walking through Koro Island, it was impossible to link it with the small fishing village it was from 2 years ago. The only thing that surprised Jiang Chen was that the source of this wave of immigration was not from Han but from Europe. And among the immigrants, they were mostly Germans. Some time ago he was busy, so he didn't pay much attention to international news. It seemed that something big and unexpected happened somewhere he didn't know. After he phoned Xia Lei, who was studying in Frankfurt, and after confirming the safety of both her brother and sister, Jiang Chen also asked about the situation in Frankfurt. According to Xia Lei, since last year's attack, the patriotic souls finally woke up. Frankfurt went through a series of incidents, such as the early election which resulted in their leader's resignation and the New Choice Party taking power. The European Consortium also announced in November the founding of the Refugee Relief Foundation, which announced that it would properly settle its refugees by building hundreds of refugee camps in the forests south of the Alta region, in the far north of Norway, and in Finland. Of course, Norway and Finland will receive a sum of money every year as compensation, and the money will be paid by the relief fund. The refugee accommodation was not as smooth as imagined. No one was willing to be sent to cold forests, they would rather be on the streets. At least it was warmer on the streets. Incited by the extremists lurking among the refugees, the whole of Europe was now a mess. Protest, riot, resistance, and suppression. The only difference was that the EU's extremely united on this issue, a rare sight. When Jiang Chen heard the news, he just shook his head. Fortunately, standing on the divergent point of history, Rothschild once made a move. The situation reminded him of the party he hosted on Hot Spring Island. Carmen Rothschild, unfortunately, was absent due to conflicting schedules. However, he sent his butler with a gift of apology. Now looking back, he was indeed plotting some event. But even if Jiang Chen knew this, he didn't have the interest to be bothered by the chaos on the other side of the planet. BHP Group's minerals were all overseas. No matter how chaotic Europe was, the cooperation with future mining would not be affected. And from a sole interest point of view, this immigration wave was still favorable for Xian. In particular, most immigrants from Germany have a relatively high level of education and would fill the country's demand for teachers, doctors, and senior workers. The only problematic element was that the influx of a large number of immigrants and tourists led to an increasing crowdedness of Panu Islands. Although the urbanization in the recent 2 years had improved the problem of residential land shortages, with the continuous influx of immigrants, how to change more high-density residential areas without sacrificing ecological landscape had become a headache for urban construction agencies. Currently, at the instigation of Jiang Chen, the presidential palace had temporarily tightened its immigration policy. Zhang Yaping stood in front of the media and promised to those who submitted immigration applications that they would relax immigration policies and the issuance of labor visas after the completion of Penglai. Jiang Chen has never been someone that treated others unfairly, he at most is someone without boundaries at times. At least he thought of himself this way all along. He spent a happy Christmas Eve and Christmas with Aisha. Then, on the night of Christmas Eve, he returned to the apocalypse with Aisha's handmade fruit pudding in Turkey. Even with the unbelievable amount of wealth, he had never forgotten this mansion. His subordinates once proposed to rebuild this mansion since the building had been bathed in the nuclear explosion. However, even if the radioactive dust had been cleared, the cracks on the walls were still hard to cover up. However, Jiang Chen decisively rejected the idea. For him, this place offered a lot more sentimental value, it was not just a place for sleeping. It's so delicious. How is this made? The perfect blend of mango and strawberry flavor, this is amazing. The little hand held the fork and her white hair shook. Lin Lin's red and black eyes were filled with happiness. You're only eating a pudding. No need to act like you're orgasming. But from the scene, both Lin Lin and Ting Ting in her body appreciated Aisha's cooking skills. Brother Jiang Chen. Pulling on Jiang Chen's clothing, Yao Yao timidly said. What's wrong? Jiang Chen looked at Yao Yao with a smile and asked, that girl named Aisha, is her cooking skills better than mine? Yao Yao asked a difficult question to answer, just like girls who always love to ask, who is prettier, her or me? It was the same for this question, whose cooking is better? It seemed Jiang Chen could only say that each person has her advantages and disadvantages. However, of course, he wasn't going to say the foolish truth. Of course Yao Yao's is better. Jiang Chen used his hand and rubbed the little girl's head with a smile. Yao Yao's cooking is the best. It was a reaction Jiang Chen didn't expect as Yao Yao didn't respond with a smile, but instead, she started to blush. Although the joy could be seen in her big eyes, Jiang Chen thought something felt odd. Sun Xiaoro was still grinning when she elegantly sent the soft pudding into her even softer lips. Sister, a powerful enemy has appeared. Aha. Is sister not jealous? Sun Xiaoro turned her head and looked at Sun Jiao who was busy working on the turkey. I'm already used to how perverted this guy is. Then, Sun Jiao gave Jiang Chen a dirty stare. Even with the stare, Xiaoro on the side could still read the gentleness hidden in her sister's eyes. After the delicious dinner, havoc filled the table. When Jiang Chen cleaned up with the girls, it was already getting late. Yao Yao and Lin Lin went to shower and rest. But Jiang Chen's Christmas Eve with Sun Jiao and Xiaoro had just begun. When Jiang Chen returned to the modern world, it was already the second day after Christmas. Carson Loki called him to congratulate him on the successful public offering of high-tech freshwater. "Congratulations, Mr. Jiang Chen, your assets under your name ballooned once again. I wish you a Merry Christmas on behalf of all the Wall Street investors." The call should have arrived 2 days ago, but Jiang Chen didn't manage to pick up then as he was in the apocalypse. "Thank you," Jiang Chen pleasantly responded. "If you have any plans to IPO your subsidiaries, please contact us." Yes, if there is any." Jiang Chen selectively ignored Carson's attempt to gain information from him. While B City Consortium was an ally, Jiang Chen never considered them to be the trustworthy type. The high valuation of the company meant that there must be institutions pushing for the price. And the institution most likely to do that was B City Consortium. And there were 2 reasons why. One was because of the shares held by Carson Loki. 2 was because B City Consortium wanted to promise a giant cake to convince Future Group to be cake chefs together and bring more cakes to the stock exchange. The more subsidiaries that go public in the UA, the more there are to gain by B City Consortium, and the more assured the capital would feel toward Future Group. But Carson's expectation was destined to fall short. The subsidiary going public did make Future Group taste the sweetness, but it was not sweet enough for Jiang Chen to completely faint from it. He must admit that public listings' one-time gains are really attractive, a second to earn money that could only be made in 20 years, but Jiang Chen never expected to rely on this to make money. High-tech freshwater going public was only a decision made after weighing the pros and cons. After all, the Gulf of Aden was next to Somalia, and celestial trade temporarily do not have the overseas troops to exert diplomatic influence. It was also unnecessary. For the B City Consortium and Wall Street's attempt, Jiang Chen could only describe it in 2 words. Too obvious. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen took a trip to New Moon Island. As the population of Coral Island surged, the number of employees in celestial trade expanded several times. The expansion of the business from pure military contractors to aerospace and telecommunications fields plagiarized Raytheon's development model. New Moon Island has the most powerful military force of Xi'an and was the strongest card in Jiang Chen's hands. From the initial scale of more than 100 people, it has now grown to 3,000. 1 in 5 of the employees were office and logistics personnel, and the remainder were war machines. When Jiang Chen stepped onto the island, Ivan was waiting for him at the port. Jiang Chen didn't make any stop and directly headed to the middle of the island. Lying there was a spacious warehouse and at the same time the entrance to New Moon Island's underground arsenal. The location was used to store weapons that must be kept confidential, such as the power armor. Since the Moro War and the undersea missile silo demonstration, an eye has grown above the head of New Moon Island. Jiang Chen simply collected the topographic data of New Moon Island and submitted it to the architects of the apocalypse. Their professional ability test was to design a reconstruction program, and then mobilize the engineering robots to carry out the underground arsenal expansion. The design would be based on the specifications of the fallout shelter. Jiang Chen not only brought the new equipment training ground down deep into the ground, but an L-shaped underwater harbor was also built that could allow submarines to dock. The waters around New Moon Island was shallow, but fortunately, there was a fault leading to the deep sea. Just on the fault side walls, amphibious construction robots opened up an exit for small and medium-sized submarines such as the water droplet. The project, which took 5 months, was completed around October that year. At that time, Jiang Chen was in the apocalypse and did not visit after the completion of construction. Now, the underground training facilities have been put into operation. Such as the power armor. The boss possessed many secrets. The longer he followed Jiang Chen, the more Ivan felt that way. His ability to occupy that position proved he is a smart man. His intelligence wasn't just mere cleverness and knowing a couple tricks, but rather, he was skilled and above all, he knew what to do and what not to do. Really smart people often didn't ask too many questions. In the bulletproof glass isolated training grounds, the big giant in steel armor carried out a series of tactical moves as instructed by the experimenter, including launching heat-seeking bombs, performing evasive emergency moves, releasing machine guns at targets, and so on. The elites of celestial trade were qualified as pilots of the power armor. Their loyalty and combat effectiveness had to go through rigorous assessment procedures. When Jiang Chen saw the giant on the training grounds shredding a Hummer with its hands, he nodded with satisfaction. "It's almost a war machine, no matter how many times I look at it, the T-3's combat power is so astonishing," Ivan exclaimed. "It's a war machine." Jiang Chen watched the giant withstood the explosion of the RPG with its front-mounted armor. He narrowed his eyes and spoke with a smile. "It has high mobility, high defense, and the ability to cross the nuclear radiation zone. In infantry warfare, this type of individual armor has almost no opponent." "How many people in the force have received power armor training?" "A total of 20 people." "Not enough." Jiang Chen shook his head. "We need at least 100 people prepared. Go work on this and select 80 more people to receive the training." "But there are only 5 power armors on the island, and even training is done in rotations. If we expand our numbers, we won't have the equipment to support it," Ivan said with a troubled look. "Not to worry. Tomorrow, I'll make someone send 100 units over," Jiang Chen said casually. 100 units. "Don't they have an extremely slow production time?" Ivan said with shock. When he first started power armor training, he made an application to Jiang Chen and hoped to receive a few more power armors for the force. It was really troublesome for 4 people to use 1 unit for training. However, the application of equipment was rejected by Jiang Chen, stating that the output was too low. Now, Jiang Chen just promised to bring 100 units over, so how could Ivan not be shocked? "Don't they have an extremely slow production time?" "The output can be changed, and now the output increased." Jiang Chen laughed. In the apocalypse, after conquering Hongqing, NAC's commercial route to the heartland began to open. As the labor force and material input increased, productivity would naturally go up. The original monthly output of power armor was only 5 to 10 units, but it had now been raised to around 30. As the situation stabilized, the NAC didn't need so many power armors, but the orders hadn't stopped. This batch of extra units was naturally moved to the modern world by Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen was ready to leave, Ivan suddenly asked, "Are there plans for military operations again?" "No, what happened?" Jiang Chen turned around to ask. "Seeing as you're expanding the force, I thought you are ready to fight again." Ivan laughed. "They are produced just in case for unexpected times." Before he could finish his sentence, an alarm began to ring in the arsenal. Soldiers on duty raced out from the barracks, kinetic skeletons were put on, and they gathered in an open space. Jiang Chen looked at Ivan. Looking in the direction of the alarm, Ivan's eyes turned sharp. "Level 4 warning. Let me go see what happened." He didn't show the slightest complacency even with the lowest level alarm. "I'll go too." Since Jiang Chen had nothing to do, he followed behind Ivan to the direction of the open ground. The alarm didn't disrupt the order of the facility. Aside from the 20 soldiers gathered together, everyone continued with their routines. Only level 1 warning signaling war required the mobilization of all combat units. This level 4 warning was nothing more than the discovery of smuggling ships on the radar or the discovery of rescue signals within controlled water. Only the on-duty rapid response force would be mobilized. Following Ivan into the command center, the chief of staff briefly described the situation. 300 nautical miles north of the New Moon Island in public waters, we received a distress signal from a civil vessel, but it was quickly interrupted. The target area has no storms or other meteorological disasters. The target is suspected to have been captured by pirates. Rapid response forces have been prepared. Aurora 20 has taken off for the target waters, and Black Hawk helicopter will take off in 2 minutes. Life signal. Weak, Chief of Staff said solemnly. Luxury and comfort, this was the Royal Caribbean cruise. For a $10,000 ticket from Sri Lanka, they would go across the Bay of Bengal, float across the Strait of Malacca, dock in Kuala Lumpur and Singapore before eventually sailing to Shanghai. Passengers were the rich and famous as well as elites from all walks of life. After all, the people who could afford the cost had to be middle class at least. In the corner of the cruise ship, two men sat at a beach table. From the arrogant look on his face, a man in a suit seemed to be powerful. Behind him were two bodyguards standing still wearing sunglasses. The person sitting opposite him was a bit strange, not because of the lack of bodyguards, but due to the felt hat on his head. The hat looked obtrusive no matter the angle. The male in the suit frowned and thought in his mind. Mr. Zhu Tianyu, thank you for your appointment. I'm Tanaka Yoshinobu, this is my business card. Tanaka smiled and handed over the card in his hand. Zhu Tianyu didn't take his business card. He eyed his bodyguard and the bodyguard took the business card. People who know me know that I don't appreciate doing business while on vacation. Zhu Tianyu leaned in his chair and crossed his right leg on his left knee. But I'm very interested in your proposal. I, however, am curious. 10 tons of salt, can you really take it all? The salt he referred to, of course, didn't refer to eating salt. It was a hallucinogen with a component of methadone known as bath salts. Please rest assured, Mr. Zhu. Tanaka smiled. We recently received a donation and we have ample money on hand. Zhu Yutian glanced at him, then he habitually swept around his surroundings. He wasn't interested in the donation of Tanaka mentioned, nor was not he interested in knowing where he was selling it to. Of course, if it was shipped to Yodo, he would consider giving him a discount. The rule on the streets is money in one hand, goods in the other. You can determine the location of trade, but it must be within Ethiopian borders. Zhu Tianyu leaned in his chair while twisting the ring on his thumb. The main component of bath salts was MDPV, a chemical mainly found in Arabian tea. Ethiopia was one of its main producing areas. No problem. 10 tons of salt. What is Mr. Zhu's offer? Tanaka nodded with a grin. 3 million. Japanese yen. Zhu Tianyu burst out laughing. From Tanaka's embarrassed look, he already knew he couldn't afford it. I thought this was going to be a deal, but it turned out to be a poor man. The buyer had no money, so the deal naturally fell apart. Zhu Tianyu stood up and was prepared to leave. If this was elsewhere, he might have considered chopping 2 fingers off of the person who wasted his time, but on this cruise ship, he didn't want to cause trouble. Can you lower the price? Tanaka didn't get up and tried to convince him. How much money do you have? Zhu Tianyu stopped and looked at him with a dubious smile. 5 million Japanese yen. No need to speak further. That's really regrettable then. Tanaka shook his head. His smiling expression didn't change. It seems I have to handle things myself. The same time he said that he put his finger on his cap. For some reason, Zhu Tianyu began to feel a strange sense of alertness. Drowsily, Zhu Tianyu gradually regained his consciousness. His body was restrained, his limbs were firmly restrained, and 2 steel rods were also tied to his back. He tried to move, but he couldn't. He couldn't even bend his knees nor sit up. His suit was still on him, and his back felt wet. There was a dripping sound. Zhu Tianyu opened his heavy eyelids and began to observe his surroundings. In the pitch-black cabin, he could make out that he was in a bathtub and the tap was dripping. Beside it, a grinning face was watching him. Oh, you're awake. The annoying flat cap. Zhu Tianyu stared at Tanaka in horror as if he had just seen a ghost. He wanted to say something, but only a muffled noise came out as his taped mouth couldn't articulate a single word. Oh, I almost forgot, you can't speak now. Tanaka ripped off the tape on his mouth and threw the crumpled tape into the garbage. Are you a human or a ghost? Impossible, his heartbeat and pulse disappeared, how could he still be alive? Zhu Tianyu frantically thought in his mind. 100% human, you and I. He shrugged. His body leaned closer to the bathtub and he stared at the horror in Zhu Tianyu's eyes. With a smile, he said, Mr. Zhu, will you cooperate with me? After his initial fear, Zhu Tianyu had already calmed down. From the Golden Crescent to the Gulf of Aden, he traveled extensively in Western Asia for many years. He wasn't a simple character himself. At the moment, his mind turned fast, trying to determine the person in front of him was a killer hired by the enemy or a kidnapper looking for riches. If it was the former, this guy wouldn't talk much nonsense. If it was the latter, some money should suffice. An Interpol officer? By this person's means, it didn't look like it. How much do you want? Zhu Tianyu slowly said. I don't want money, I only need 10 tons of salt. Tanaka smiled and shook his head, extending a finger. You let me go and I'll give it to you. When Tanaka heard Zhu Tianyu's words, it seemed like he heard a funny joke and he began to chuckle. On his face flashed a hint of irritation as Zhu Tianyu fiercely said, You don't believe me? When I say it, I mean it. I never broke a promise. I never trust anyone. Tanaka laughed. Then you tell me what to do. Even though you want the salt, I can't make it magically appear. It's easy, tell me where your tea garden and chemical plants are and I'll get it myself. Zhu Tianyu looked at Tanaka as if he was watching an insane lunatic. His salt factory was located on the border between Somalia and Ethiopia. Not only were hundreds of armed personnel stationed there, but the place was protected by local militants. Even the Marines wouldn't dare to enter the tea plantation and drug factory without extensive planning. However, the confidence in Tanaka's eyes made him feel a little puzzled. What? Mr. Zhu isn't willing? Tanaka grinned as he asked. Zhu Tianyu didn't speak and hesitated in his mind. Tanaka smiled and didn't speak. He stretched out his hand and opened the tap above Zhu Tianyu's head. Splash, the original dripping of water droplets instantly turned into a water column. The water level in the bathtub began to rise, and Zhu Tianyu's originally calm eyes finally panicked. When the cold sensation touched his ear, his calm face completely collapsed. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Turn off the water. Zhu Tianyu shouted and desperately tried to raise his chin while using the corner of his eyes to look at the clear surface of the water. The pouring water column stopped and returned to slowly falling water droplets. Tanaka smiled and looked at him. You can start. The ticking sound of water was like the sound of a clock, beating a horrifying rhythm. Fu*K, if you want to die, I'll help you. Zhu Youtian's eyes turned sharp. If I tell you, will you let me go? Tanaka reached for the tap. Don't. Don't, I'll tell you. The tea plantation is in the mountainous area south of Kraft in Ethiopia. Go 10 kilometers further to the disputed Ethiopian border and go to the area controlled by the Hutar local warlords. If you ask the locals for Mr. Zhu's salt plant, the locals will take you there. I need a specific location. Tanaka picked up a tablet from the table next to him and placed it in front of Zhu Tianyu. He took a stylus and stuffed it in Zhu Tianyu's mouth. Point to it. He bit the stylus like candy. Zhu Tianyu desperately tried to raise his head and pointed to 2 spots on the enlarged map, then spat out the pen. He looked at Tanaka and said fiercely, I already told you the location. Can you let me go now? After being a tycoon for so many years, he had never fallen so hard like this. Zhu Tianyu already made up his mind. If he escaped from this man's hands, he would catch this guy, use the cruelest means to torture him, and make him regret living in this world. But he still didn't understand why someone with a stopped pulse and heartbeat could suddenly come back alive. When did I say I would let you go? Tanaka said with the same grin. You lied to me. Zhu Tianyo's eyes widened and he looked at Tanaka in horror. Mr. Zhu can rest assured that your salt factory will prosper in my hands. Having said that, Tanaka stood up and opened the tap to the max splash. No. I beg you. Please don't kill me. I have $200 million in my Swiss bank account. I'll give everything to you. If I die, you won't get this money. The sound reverberated in the empty cabin, but Tanaka didn't show any signs of turning back. It was as if Zhu Tianyu didn't offer $200 million but 200 million sheets of toilet paper. As he cried in despair, the door of the cabin was slammed shut. Zhu Tianyu desperately lifted his chin, trying to prevent the water from covering his face, but his angled nose made the water rush into his nostrils and almost choked him. He was unable to shout after the water entered his mouth. The tip of the water immersed his nose. He couldn't breathe. He desperately struggled to get out of the bathtub, but the rope was too tight and the steel behind him locked him to the bottom of the tub. No matter how he twisted like a worm, he was unable to lift his head out of the water. His consciousness began to diminish, he had no strength left to struggle. He powerlessly sank in the water. Vaguely, he heard the sound of gunshots, explosions, and something being kicked open, but he had no ability to distinguish what it was. In public waters, the Royal Caribbean cruise broke through the tide. Not far away, two Black Hawk helicopters approached the target, slowing their flight speed and remaining parallel with the cruise ship. At the moment, Jiang Chen was sitting in a helicopter looking out the window at the cruise ship when his brows furrowed. Blood. There was blood everywhere. On a white painted wall, the vivid red was so obvious. Looking around, he saw that all the waiters and visitors, aside from the living dead, were all dead. City K, God, a droplet of sweat rolled down Ivan's forehead. He opened his mouth, clearly uncomfortable. Even though he was used to hell from the Civil War in Vite, he couldn't remain indifferent to what was going on even though he had been to City K. The soldiers seated in the helicopter all had stunned expressions. Jiang Chen's expression was fairly normal. After all, this scene wasn't too out of place in the apocalypse. From his position, he could clearly see a beautiful woman wearing a bikini, dangling half her head and staring at the sea blankly. There was also a man with an exposed stomach, lying on the ground. And also, we might be in trouble. Do you want to hand things over to UN? Ivan looked to Jiang Chen. The radio life signal detection device found signs of human life in all corners of the cruise. It was present in bars, kitchens, and some rooms. Like the T-virus in City K, not all people were infected once, and many people became zombies only after their second infection. Of course, there were always the unfortunate ones who couldn't become zombies even after their second infection. Those people tended to become zombies' food, dying from zombies by being torn into pieces agonizingly. Bored, Jiang Chen said expressionlessly. But, Ivan's expression was hesitant. Firing approved. After taking a deep breath, Ivan nodded. Understood. Up until now, the UN still hadn't drawn a conclusion on the infectious events that erupted in City K. The fact that the shooting of zombies didn't constitute a crime against humanity remained vague under international law. No one wanted to bear the name of the executioner. No one wanted to have an antidote that could cure the infection eventually in the future, as they would be tried by the families of the deceased and the International Court of Justice. But now, there was no time to think. Jiang Chen wanted to know why an infection broke out on the cruise ship. Kurofune, who had been silent for nearly a year, surfaced again. He couldn't miss this opportunity. What's more, the uniqueness of Kurofune meant it would be inconvenient for it to be disclosed to the United Nations. His intention was to collect all the clues and destroy them before they were handed to the United Nations. Of course, fighting videos were essential. The two Black Hawks descended in tandem and dropped ropes from the hatches on the sides. Hooks hung on the ropes, and a total of 12 heavily armed soldiers slid down to the open swimming pool. After the sudden appearance of these living creatures, the zombies shifted their blank gazes in their direction. The soldier taking the lead took a deep breath, made 2 hand gestures to his comrades behind him, quickly lifted his muzzle and shouted. "Fire!" An orange-yellow light flashed and rifle bullets rang out on the cruise ship's deck. Roar! Howling, the zombies rushed toward the landing soldiers. The 2 Black Hawks adjusted their angles, the gunners fixed their grenade launchers on the steel staircase providing access to the deck, and pulled the trigger. Boom, steel fragments mixed with flesh filled the air. The staircase was blown into iron slags. The zombies fell back down in an attempt to rush from the bottom floor to the deck. Under cover, the soldiers landing on the deck were divided into 2 teams and quickly rushed to the stairs. Under the protection of kinetic skeletons, zombie teeth and claws didn't pose a threat to the celestial trade soldiers. The residual T virus wasn't a threat at all to those who injected the E-grade genetic vaccine. Team A headed to the captain's room and Team B began to rescue survivors. Because of the nature of the incident, the Level 4 warning was upgraded to a Level 2 warning. Celestial Trade Marines were on board a small landing ship to provide reinforcements. Jiang Chen glanced at the cruise ship under thick smoke and took the combat video tablet from Ivan. Garrett, a former UA Marine Corps soldier, previously served in Iraq. Like most comrades, he chose to join a private military contractor after retiring. Originally, he considered Blackwater and Trefoil Jungle, but he chose Celestial Trade in the end. He really didn't want to go back to the God-forbidden place known as Iraq. His dream was to live the rest of his life on the picturesque West Pacific Island and risk his life for Wall Street tycoons and gardeners living in the White House. What's more, his salary from Celestial Trade wasn't low, and after retiring, there would also be a generous pension. Unfortunately, reality seemed to differ slightly from his ideal. He not only didn't get any rest, but at the beginning of the year, he was fighting a modern war. He was also then airdropped into zombie-filled Kajia for peacekeeping. Was this really a military contractor? Fortunately, the income Celestial Trade provided was great, the high-tech equipment offered great protection, and the military casualty rate was also shockingly low. Sometimes, he couldn't help thinking that the kinetic skeleton he was wearing was far superior to the one from DARPA's lab. DARPA was known as the UA Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, also known as SHIELD. From the internet to the GPS, they were behind all the technical innovations. Since he had excellent combat qualities, he was incorporated into the Celestial Trade Rapid Reaction Force after the Moro War. Originally, he thought his days would be more leisurely, but he ended being unlucky once again. Those damn zombies. Hell, where did they come from? He crossed the red-carpeted hallway and made it into the hall entrance. The captain's room was located on the top floor just above the lobby. The power system hadn't been interrupted, and the shortest distance to get to the captain's room was by the elevator. After confirming the route from his helmet screen, Garrett gestured at his comrades to prepare to break in. His kinetic skeleton activated, and his kick directly busted open the metal gate of the lobby, sending the zombies behind the door flying. Garrett directly smashed a zombie's brain. Without any hesitation, he raised his rifle and pressed the trigger along with his comrades who broke into the 2 sides of the door. Bang dash, bullets shredded the wooden decorations and zombie flesh. Pieces scattered the empty lobby. As seen from the clothes strewn about, a ball was underway when the infection broke out. Halfway through the ball, the singing stopped abruptly, and the men and women on the dance floor began to bite each other. He felt nauseated thinking about that alone. Zombies continued to rush at them, and the fire network formed by the group of 6 gradually began to lose its effectiveness. Garrett fiercely gestured to his comrade, Norman, the main gunner. He understood and took out a grenade launcher from his backpack and launched a grenade at a zombie dense spot. Boom, 10 zombies exploded. The ones who didn't die but lost their arms and legs fell to the ground and twitched. Then 5 rounds of grenades flew out and the dense crowd of zombies was gone. Garrett and others at the door kept firing and quickly cleared the area cleared. Relieved, Garrett lowered his rifle. But just then, an intermittent call for help came from the corner of the hall. "Help, help me," Norman had just dropped the grenade launcher and he immediately lifted the assault rifle in his hands. "It's survivors. Maybe they're infected. Rescue." Garrett was silent for 2 seconds. "Is the battle recorder open?" "It's open. Let's rescue." "I'll go." Garrett signaled his comrades to remain cautious, then he lowered his muzzle, wary of the undead zombies. As it turned out, his instincts were correct. As he crossed the room, a hand dangled on the ground, and a creeping zombie suddenly awakened and bit his leg. Garrett reacted quickly, lifting his right foot directly over the blood-stained mouth. He then stepped on its face and smushed it into ketchup. As he watched the red and white mixture, Garrett's eyebrows twitched. "Beautiful stomp." Bill whistled. "I think the captain needs to apply to the company to get some reimbursement to cover the psychiatrist's bill." Norman squeezed his eyebrows. "Shut up." Garrett kicked that corpse while cursing, suppressing the strong discomfort in his mind. He jogged toward the direction of the person seeking help. "Okay, you'll be fine." He flipped over a table fallen in the corner, and Garrett's expression suddenly froze. It was a body that obviously didn't belong to a living person and a cell phone stuck behind the long table with C4S. It wasn't a call for help, it was a recorded message, "Lie down." As he roared, he jumped to the ground. At the same time, he felt a hot air wave smashing into his back. Boom! Dust exploded, covering the entire hall. It was more than just one long table. Almost 1/3 of the long tables were mounted with cigarette box-sized C4S hidden by tablecloths, almost impossible to notice. The bombs were hidden earlier, originally intended to be used for retreat by Tanaka. He didn't expect Celestial Trade to actually receive the cruise ship's distress signal and quickly dispatch a rescue force. He thought, at best, he would encounter Country F's coastal guards. Standing on the floor just above the hall, Tanaka shook his head, throwing away the detonator. A rare smile-less expression appeared on his face. After a while, he looked at the dust downstairs and said to himself, "I thought I could take at least 2 with me, but I didn't even manage to take 1. He threw the rifle down to the dance floor, pulled a lighter from his pocket and lit himself a cigarette. He blew out a smoke ring inside. Another waste of life. The cigarette slipped to the ground, the flames suddenly rose, and instantly ignited the floor covered with gasoline. The burning flames reached his pants. With a smile, Tanaka removed his flat cap and was incinerated in the rising flames. The power system was interrupted and the hall plunged into darkness. The only thing visible was the flames burning on the platform just above the hall. Burning droplets dripped from the edge of the platform continuously and the burning thick smoke gathered above like heavy clouds. Cough cough, Norman pushed down the stone slab on his chest and stood up with his rifle. The polyethylene bulletproof plate on his chest was cracked and pressed against his ribcage. He called out the hologram screen and deactivated the front armor. He heard the sound of air being filled as he ripped off the armor in front of his chest. Dust was everywhere. Garrett. Norman, who regained his breath, opened his helmet mask and shouted. "Damn! Bill! Cough, I'm not dead. I'm here." The sound came from the radio channel. Upon hearing the sound, Norman immediately turned on his tactical flashlight, searched around, and soon saw a hand sticking up in the gravel pile. Norman ran to it with his rifle. He moved the stone pressed against Bill and pulled him out of the rubble. Under the driving force of the kinetic skeleton, this weight was nothing at all. *T, my leg would have been gone if I was there a bit longer. As he collapsed by the side, Bill gritted his teeth and extracted his deformed right leg armor. Then Norman rescued 3 other comrades one after the other, but he didn't find his Captain Garrett. Garrett! Damn it, where are you? The life signal detection device was on the captain who happened to be missing. Norman anxiously scanned the captain's previous position, but the blast had already sent Garrett to God knew where. Not to mention he could be dead or alive. What about the mission? Bill, you go with Sean and Freddie to the captain's room. Jim and I will stay here to search for the captain. Okay. Bill nodded and gestured to his comrades. Wait. What happened? Be careful. Norman looked at him in the eyes and said seriously, our enemies aren't just zombies. A few figures suddenly dashed in from the entrance. Norman, Bill, and others immediately raised their rifles. Both teams aimed at each other. Tactical flashlights under the muzzle forced him to narrow his eyes, he couldn't see who was at the door. Just then, a hoarse voice entered the communication channel. Friendly. Norman was taken aback. He immediately confirmed the presence of green dots on the map, then lowered the rifle in his hands. It seemed that after the explosion, they were in a coma for some time, and at this time, the reinforcements arrived. From the digital camouflage kinetic skeleton, the other team was indeed the Marines, the primary task unit of celestial trade. Norman, like Captain Garrett, was transferred from the Marines to the Rapid Response Force, so they were on familiar terms. But what he hadn't expected was an unexpected person behind the force. Jiang Chen. Celestial Trade's boss. Why would he show up here? Soldiers entering the hall divided into 2 teams, a team to open the life detection device to join the search and rescue work, and the other team stayed by Jiang Chen's side. Under the protection of more than a dozen Marines, Jiang Chen walked up to Norman. Norman put down his rifle, stood up straight and saluted. What happened? Jiang Chen glanced at the fragments around the place and asked in a deep and concerned tone. We broke into the hall and cleared the zombies. The captain heard a cry for help and walked over, but someone detonated a bomb, Norman immediately reported. Jiang Chen nodded and remained silent, but he looked directly above the hall platform. The interior decorations were ignited and the fire had begun to spread. Even across a distance of 10 meters, he could still clearly feel the rising heat waves. After a brief silence, Jiang Chen suddenly laughed, shook his head and said to himself. It seems my approach was too merciful. Sir? Norman asked with confusion. Nothing. I just think that treating some villains should be like treating zombies. Before they cause any more harm, shoot them, regardless of the consequences, and make their heartbeat stop. Sergeant Norman, do you agree with me? All along, Jiang Chen hadn't cared too much about the Curofune. Or, even if he cared, he didn't invest too much energy to investigate. Takeda Pharmaceutical was a Nippon-owned company and was a reputable firm in the country. However, there was a high risk of executing military operations in developed countries, not to mention that FBA and CIB had been involved in the investigation. So, Jiang Chen also didn't concern himself with it. He sent a ghost agent, but he didn't authorize her to execute a capture, or infiltrate and carry out other illegal espionage activities. Instead, he simply wanted her to gather intelligence. Originally, he thought Curofune would be restrained by the Nippon government to some extent, but he was wrong. Although affiliated with the government, they obviously didn't completely listen to the government. After all, counting on a bunch of terrorists who wanted to destroy humans was impractical from any perspective. Soon, the Marines dragged Garrett out from the rubble. Still alive? Jiang Chen asked. His life signal is active, but it's weak and he needs urgent medical treatment, replied the soldier who carried the stretcher. Go quickly. Roger. The fire was spreading ablaze, and the soldiers beside Jiang Chen stepped forward and whispered to him. The fire is out of control, Commander, please retreat. Jiang Chen nodded and said nothing. He turned and left. Escorted by a soldier, Jiang Chen returned to the helicopter. Looking at the cruise ship, the fire had spread to the middle of the cruise ship. The cruise ship was like an alcohol lamp floating on the high sea. 200 survivors curled up on the deck of the rescue boat with no joy of survival on their faces, there was only deep horror. 3,000 tourists in total, who had bought tickets to enjoy the holidays, hadn't expected such hellish terror to break out on the Pacific Ocean on this beautiful day. A child wailed to his mother, a man gently patted a woman's back and said words that couldn't even comfort himself. Medical staff on the deck traversed throughout the crowd, checking their bodies and injecting Future Biology's anti-T virus vaccine. The evacuation was successful, some were wounded, but no one was fatally hurt. The worst off was Sergeant Garrett, the explosion damaged his spine. He would probably have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. The fire was becoming more ferocious. Once it reached the fuel tank, the cruise ship was likely to explode. In order to prevent themselves from being affected, the helicopters and rescue boat evacuated immediately. Jiang Chen looked expressionlessly at the cruise ship disappearing. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He picked up. Hey. Among the survivors was a man called Zhu Tianyu. When we found him, he was being tied up in a bathtub full of water. When he was rescued, he was unconscious. We suspected he might be associated with this terrorist attack, so he's under intensive care and being monitored by our medical staff. You did well. Send him to New Moon Island, and I will personally ask him. Yes. After he hung up the phone, Jiang Chen called Aisha. Order the ghost agents to go to Nippon. Within a week, I'd like to see the president of Takeda Pharmaceutical appearing in the interrogation room on New Moon Island. Chapter 700. Do you want to seek revenge? In Coral Island Hospital, Garrett stared at the ceiling in a daze. He was under 30 years old, but the doctor told him he would spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. He had seen the diagnosis and also signed on it, but he couldn't accept the facts. Celestial trade had excellent welfare. If he lost his ability to work due to work-related injuries, not only would he receive a large sum of discharge funds, but the rest of his life would be guaranteed by celestial trade. However, no amount of money could make him smile. He would rather not have the money if he could have his health back. But he knew it was impossible. With present-day medical conditions, it simply wasn't enough to cure his injury. The door opened and an unexpected person appeared at the door. Garrett nodded. Forgive me for not saluting. You. It's a miracle I can still joke with you. Jiang Chen smiled and went to the bed. You can still joke, looks like you're in a good mood. Garrett shook his head. No, this isn't a joke. I'm telling the truth. I know. Jiang Chen nodded and looked at the flowers on the nightstand. Has your wife been here? Yes, Garrett replied. I'm really sorry about your injury. No, you don't need to be sorry. Garrett shook his head. Thanks to the kinetic skeleton's protection, I'm still lying here, staring blankly. Looking at his legs, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and suddenly said, Do you want to seek revenge? Revenge? Well, against those who took your legs. Garrett laughed with self-mockery and shook his head, You're joking with me again. I can't even walk out of bed, let alone seek revenge. I have to rely on my nurse to help me eat dinner. What if I say, I have a way to help you stand up? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Garrett was astonished. He wanted to say that was impossible, but he suddenly remembered his commander's other identity. President of Future Group. There was no such thing as impossible to Future Group. Whether it was artificial intelligence or virtual reality or graphene, they always created unbelievable miracles in front of people's own eyes. If that was Jiang Chen's promise, perhaps it would come true. Garrett gulped and prepared to speak. But I have to remind you that the operation has a 10% success rate and will have to replace your entire damaged spine with titanium, then install a special electronic neuron module. I guarantee that even with tranquilizers, this surgery will be extremely painful. The success rate was 40%, but the pain would be real. After all, it was an operation done on the nerves. Jiang Chen wanted to know Garrett's limits, so he deliberately exaggerated the failure rate of the surgery. Garrett took a deep breath. Jiang Chen originally thought he would be afraid. Jiang Chen didn't think he still had the energy left in him to joke. Will I become Captain America? Jiang Chen was stunned by the question, then he pleasantly laughed. Of course not. Maybe you'll be stronger than him. Garrett agreed to surgery, which was also expected by Jiang Chen. After the conversation, he signed a confidentiality agreement. For whatever reason, the contents of the surgery couldn't be divulged, and the ability mustn't be used for unlawful conduct. The order of the organization had to be obeyed unconditionally, and so on. The doctor would implant a slavery chip in his spine at the time of the operation. If he was guilty of betrayal, the slavery chip would blow up his spine's main control system and change him back into a crippled person. After the agreement was signed, he would be scheduled to be discharged and transferred to the New Moon Island underground facility, where the surgeon responsible for the enslaved chip implementation would undertake the spinal nerve replacement surgery. Even though Jiang Chen acquired some medical equipment for the surgery from the apocalypse, the mortality rate of the operation was still high under modern world medical conditions. However, while he was being taken to the hospital, Garrett's expression was unusually calm. He would rather die on the operating table than sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Even that meant that from now on, he would wear a dog chain, do some dirty work for Jiang Chen and carry out more dangerous tasks than ever before. Luckily, the operation was very successful. The surgery not only replaced his spine but also replaced the bones in his limbs. Now, even without relying on the kinetic skeleton, he could bend a steel plate and pick up a car. He had a 6-inch graphene circuit board, integrated retinal imaging, radio life signal detection devices, UAV control components, and motion signal modems implanted in the posterior cranium. Intuitively speaking, as long as he had a rifle, he could easily take on a team if both sides had no support on the battlefield. The environment would make no difference. At the same time Garrett's operation was completed, Jiang Chen saw Zhu Tianyu, who regained his consciousness in a ward on New Moon Island. Zhu Tianyu made out the person visiting him and looked surprised. Jiang Chen. Do you know me? Jiang Chen looked at Zhu Tianyu unexpectedly and asked with a smile. Who in this world doesn't know you? Zhu Tianyu smiled feebly. Drug lords also read the newspaper. Zhu Tianyu's expression didn't change. It seems nothing can blind Mr. Zhang's eyes. The Xianjiang government asked me about you and I told them you weren't on the list of survivors, Jiang said with a smile. What do you need me to do? Zhu Tianyu's eyes closed and he spoke with straightforwardness. Do you know this person? Jiang Chen took the tablet from the bodyguard and threw it on Zhu Tianyu's bed. Zhu Tianyu opened his eyes and glanced at the screen. His face instantly changed and he squeezed out a few words from his clenched teeth. I would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. Tell me what you know, said Jiang Chen. He tied me in the bathtub, turned on the tap and drowned me, Zhu Tianyu said with hatred. Reason? He hesitated, but with a sigh, he honestly confessed. At that time, we were talking about business on the deck and he proposed to buy 10 tons of salt from me. Salt? Jiang frowned. Bath salt, a kind of drug extracted from Arabian tea. Zhu Tianyu looked at Jiang Chen, paused for a moment then said, but then I realized he only had 5 million yen, not even enough for a fraction, so the deal fell apart. When he said this, Zhu Tianyu's face looked like he had just seen a ghost. What happened? Jiang Chen asked quietly. Zhu Tianyu took a deep breath to force himself to calm down. Then, he took off his hat, and the whole person fell on the table. No breathing, no heartbeat, no pulse, dead. Yes, I thought he was dead, but a strange thing happened next. What strange thing. Someone died on board. It was definitely a nuisance for someone to die on board, especially since my identity is rather special. In order to prevent trouble, I asked my 2 bodyguards to pick him up, pretending he was drunk. Then they dragged him to the end of the boat and dropped him into the sea. As for myself, I returned to the room. Zhu Tianyou's face turned paler. In the room, he was sitting in a chair and smiling at me. Jiang Chen was deep in thought. Sure enough, Tanaka was still alive and hadn't died on the plane. The infection was also his responsibility. The problem laid in that hat. The hat was like a switch. He would die after it was removed. The problem was that Tanaka seemed to have more than one life. How did he do it? Jiang Chen furrowed. You know what happened after? Jiang Chen asked. Zhu Tianyou looked at him blankly. After? He fired a shot at me, and after I was shot I fainted. When I woke up again, I found myself in the bathtub. It seemed Zhu Tianyou was not clear as to what happened on the cruise ship after their coma. For some reason, Tanaka released the T-virus, turning the cruise ship into living hell. When Jiang Chen told him what happened afterward, he initially did not believe it. When he saw the combat recording brought out by Jiang Chen, his expression gradually turned into horror. The person that kidnapped him was a murderous devil. And the devil, for some reason, became interested in the drugs he possessed. When Jiang Chen asked him what Tanaka got out of him, he gave 2 names after a moment's silence. Ethiopia, Somalia. Jiang Chen eyebrows jumped. Specific locations? Give me a map. I can point it out for you. Zhu Tianyou extended his hand. Using the same tablet, Jiang Chen turned off the portrait of Tanaka and opened Google Maps. Zhu Tianyou swiped a few times on the screen locked in on the Gulf of Aden. Then it enlarged to show the Ethiopian-Somalia border, and then he pointed out 2 positions. Right here. What's here? A tea plantation, and a salt factory. Zhu Tianyou smiled, but the smile on his face was bitter. If he revealed the secret, it meant that he had completely given up on it. The T-virus was involved. He didn't expect Jiang Chen or Interpol would be merciful to his asset. The assets he operated diligently for 10 years in the Gulf of Aden was now ruined. It will be impossible to say he was not distressed. I'm glad you confessed. Your choice may have saved the lives of many people. Jiang Chen took the tablet back. Zhu Tianyou, with a self-deprecating smile, shook his head. Save people? How many families did he break apart? He can't even count them himself. According to the data provided by the Royal Caribbean Company, a total of 3,121 passengers were on board. Counting the waiters, crew, and other staff, there was a total of 3,600 people. A total of 201 survivors were placed in the Port D in Moro. In order to avoid panic, these individuals were temporarily controlled and only permitted to leave the country after the conclusion of an observation period of 1 week. In fact, the virus survival time was very short. Ultraviolet light can kill it, and 3 days was already enough to prove the safety of the survivors. Extending this time to 7 days was just a preventative measure. On the day of the incident, the United Nations sent a commissioner to observe on MLL Island. Embassies of various countries also contacted the Moro government one after another to confirm the list of survivors. Because of the demand for the outside world to understand the inside story, Moro finally agreed to media interviews after discussion with Celestial Trade. Since the storm in City K, the T-virus once again appeared in people's eyes. The massacre of tens of thousands of people who died that night was so terrible that all the spectators felt a deep chill in their bones. Now, the tragedy on the Royal Caribbean cruise seemed to tell people that the threat of the virus has not been eliminated. BBC, CNN, Columbia Broadcasting, Al Jazeera, media flocked to MLL Island just like bees searching for nectar. The unafraid reporters, carrying cameras and microphones, rushed to the survivors, Moro officials, celestial trade soldiers, and anyone possibly informed. I was sitting right next to the dance floor, and the crowd on the dance floor suddenly became chaotic. It was not far from me when a lady bit the face of her partner, and at first, we thought they were sharing an affectionate moment until she had torn a piece of meat from his face. God, terrible. A woman with a scar on her face said in a whimper. I was resting in my room because I had an upset stomach due to eating some seafood. Someone was smashing on the door, so I went to open it. When I saw fully armed soldiers, my first reaction was that Hollywood must be shooting a film, and I was fortunate enough to be part of the cast. But when I saw the blood on the ground and the bodies behind them, I understood, it was not a joke. I was a chef, and happened to be grabbing something in the freezer. I was ready to go out with the ingredients when I suddenly saw the riot outside. I thought there were pirates at first, but then I found the situation far worse than pirates. I ran into the warehouse, unplugged the power, and hid in the freezer. Perhaps they smelled something, the zombies ran in. Thank God, they can only push on the door and not pull on it. There are no signs, just like The Walking Dead. The distraught man sat on the steps on the street, his face looked weary as he shooed away the reporters. The superior ordered us to shoot, so we shot. Please do not ask such stupid questions, they are not humans, so I don't feel guilty at all, a celestial trade soldier who participated in the rescue operation said. Also received by the rescue signal were Country F and Nippon. However, because of the loss to almost all naval forces at the beginning of the year, Coastal Guard ships had been in short supply. It was not until Celestial Trade completed the rescue and the cruise ship detonated did their ships rush to the scene. Nippon, because of the distance, arrived even later. If we first boarded the cruise ship, we would not have ordered the killing of those those poor infected souls. Absolutely not. We would use fishing nets to find ways to control them, and then lock them in a psychiatric hospital. We need to properly accommodate these unfortunate people until we find a solution. In an interview with the media, a minister said frankly in an attempt to establish a responsible image of a large nation before the international community. Controversy currently set aside. Similar to the infection that happened in the City K at the beginning of the year, future biology once again made a disaster fortune. According to the feedback from official distributors such as Amazon and Taobao, Jiang Chen could intuitively see that the sales volume of the T-virus vaccines and nutrient supplies rose sharply in the past week. Nowadays in the information age, people of the world have long been influenced by countless disaster movies and gained all sorts of survival skills. Anyone knows that when the apocalypse is here, the four basic essentials are food, medicine, fuel, and weapons. As a long shelf life and easy to store liquid food, nutrition supply was undoubtedly the best strategic reserve supply. Even if governments repeatedly declared that the plot in movies could not happen in real life, the direct infection rate of the virus was not high, and the survival time under the exposure of ultraviolet light was short. This collective panic apparently can't be dispelled by any 2 or 3 statements. Unless the culprit was sent to the guillotine. Just as intelligence agencies around the world joined forces to frantically search for the sources of the virus, the ghost agents Jiang Chen deployed in Nippon started to make a move ahead of the CIB. Idiot. In Nippon, inside the Yodo government building and the Defense Ministry's office, Defense Minister Nakatani angrily dropped the document to the ground. What's going on with Takeda Pharmaceutical? Didn't we tell them to tone it down since the last meeting? The assistant stood by the door and didn't dare to make a sound. After a while, Nakaya Ryo finally vented out his anger. He took a deep breath. Go and fetch me the chairman of Takeda Pharmaceutical. Yes, the assistant nodded before quickly turning around. At the same time, Takeda Pharmaceutical's building was turned in a chaos. The tragedy that took place on the Royal Caribbean cruise ship left the entire world in panic again because of the name T-virus. As early as 6 months ago, CIB began to pay attention to the name Takeda Pharmaceutical, Takeda has been very careful, and with the Defense Ministry's help, even the UA didn't manage to collect any evidence. Takeda's board of directors had pressured President Hiroshi Tanemura many times and demanded that he strictly restrict the operation of the Kurofune, including limiting the supply of raw materials, scrutinizing funding applications, sending inspectors to monitor the laboratories, and other moves to curtail the organization. If City K's actions were exposed, Hiroshi Tanemura probably won't be able to save his own life, let alone all the members of the board which may be trialed by the International Tribunal for Crime Against Humanity. However, just last month, Tanaka suddenly disappeared on his way home from work. This scared the Takeda's board of directors. They initially thought it was CIB that made the arrest and thought the company's secrets have been exposed. It was not after investigation did they realize that CIB knew nothing. Luckily, Tanemura immediately ordered the company to search for the whereabouts of this man in the entire Nippon region. But he did not expect that only in a month's time, the missing Tanaka already went abroad and created a major headline. Where is Tanaka? It was already the 10th time Tanemura asked this question. We haven't found him yet, said the vice president anxiously. I have contacted all the associations that have relations with us and launched all the underground forces we can use to search for his whereabouts, but, a bunch of useless tools, Tanemura screamed, his fingers trembling as they moved toward his temples. From the day Tanaka disappeared, he realized the situation was turning south, but he didn't think it would actually happen. Damn, where did that guy find the raw materials? As the chairman of Takeda Pharmaceutical, Tanemura certainly read the T-virus synthesis formula. Producing 1 gram of virus concentrate requires at least 1 kilogram of methiconium. The raw materials that could be used are bath salt, or Arabic tea. But regardless, they are all prohibited items. Tanemura's brow twisted together. President, what are we going to do now? The vice president said, trembling violently. Delete all the research data and all the relevant information of Kurofune from the company's database. Takeda Pharmaceutical had been on CIB's suspected list, and with this tragedy of at least 27 UA citizens dying on the cruise ship, CIB would no longer be concerned with their method of investigation. Presumably even if the Nippon government intends to intervene and protect Takeda Pharmaceutical, CIB would infiltrate the company through special means. Since the secret could no longer be protected, then they must completely destroy it. Although it is research worth $500 million, it was nothing compared to the market value of $10 billion. Then, someone suddenly knocked on the door. The two stopped talking, exchanged eye contact, and then Tanemura said, "Please come in." It was Tanemura's assistant. Tanemura frowned, looking at the assistant. Did I not say, no matter what happens, before my conversation with the vice president ends, do not disturb me? But it is the defense minister's phone call. With a long sigh, Tanemura asked. What did Nakatani say? He said go see him after work. The assistant carefully responded. Where? Tanemura asked. Yodo Metropolitan Hotel. In the hotel rather than the government building. It seemed to be a secretive meeting. Of course, the virus-related event was certainly not suitable to be discussed in the office, especially at this sensitive moment. After work, Tanemura stepped into his Honda and headed for the Yodo Metropolitan Hotel. After 2 traffic lights and turning a corner, he slowed down. There seemed to be a traffic accident in front which caused a serious traffic jam. Tanemura looked at his watch as the agreed time was inching closer and began to feel anxious. He slapped hard on the steering wheel twice, but the cars in the front had no response. From the scene, the traffic accident seemed very serious and couldn't be cleared within a short period of time. Tanemura sighed, took out his phone, and called the minister, but for some strange reasons, the phone call couldn't be made. Of course, the president of Takeda Pharmaceutical didn't have the courage to stand up against the defense minister. He hesitated for a moment, then parked the car on the side of the road and walked across 2 streets before he stopped a taxi. To Yodo Metropolitan Hotel. Okay, the driver replied. The car ride was smooth. Tanemura leaned on the chair and loosened the tie around his neck. Through the mirror, he saw the face of the driver. A delicate face with a ponytail, she looked pure. "Where are you from?" Tanemura asked casually. "Nago. Nago. I heard a lot of beautiful girls come from there." Tanemura flirted. "Oh, sir, you sure do know how to joke." The driver smiled politely. Tanemura didn't seem to mind the lack of interest from the beauty. He introduced himself. "My name is Tanemura, and if you read the news regularly, you must know me." "Oh, it is Mr. Tanemura." The driver looked surprised. "I heard you are the chairman of Takeda Pharmaceutical." Extremely satisfied with the beauty's admiration, Tanemura smiled. He knew too well those who came to work in Yodo from other places, especially the girls who look like they just graduated. They live in a single apartment, sleep on a few square meters of tatami, take over half an hour of subway a day to go to work in the city, and cannot resist the temptation to take part in adult films. Especially this type of beautiful girl, the agents looking for actress brokers would not overlook her. "Can I know your name?" "Shinanaha." "Shinanaha, beautiful name." Tanemura smiled and said with sincerity, "If you have any inconveniences in life, please contact me. This is my business card. There are my phone number and address on top." Of course, the address was not his home, but a mansion he bought elsewhere. Tanemura put the card in the box behind the stopper. A smile appeared on Shinanaha's face as she turned the steering wheel to turn a corner. "Thank you. I think I'll be able to become good friends with Mr. Tanemura." Her words made Tanemura's mind turn wild as he thought he had a chance, so he began to chat with his new female friend. Time flew, but they still didn't reach Yodo Metropolitan Hotel. Tanemura looked at his watch and glanced at the time, 10 more minutes before the agreed-on time. Looking at the more and more scattered buildings, he frowned slightly. Is this the direction to Yodo Metropolitan Hotel? There is a traffic jam on the major highway, so I have to go through the shortcut, Shinanaha politely said. Suddenly, Tanemura realized something was wrong. He pulled out his phone to open the map app. However, he didn't receive the 4G signal. "Please do not worry, Mr. Tanemura - stop. Now." Shinanaha paused for a second, and then smiled. "It seems like I have to ask you to sleep for a while." Tanemura knew something went awfully wrong. He immediately reached out to the door, ready to jump out. But then he heard a snap sound, the door was locked. Just as he turned around and was ready to stop the driver, his gaze met with a taser. "Please be obedient before we reach our destination." Spark. Takeda Pharmaceutical planned to hold a press conference at the end of the month to announce the launch of a new antiviral drug. However, on December 30th, the day before the conference, Takeda Pharmaceutical suddenly announced the conference was cancelled. "At all costs, mobilize all you can mobilize AMD. Make sure you find the whereabouts of Tanemura before the UA." In the Defense Department office, Nakaya roared into the phone. Yesterday he waited late into the night, but Tanemura never showed up. Even a traffic jam wouldn't last that long. He couldn't be reached by phone. Nakaya called Tanemura's home and his wife picked up the phone. When asked whether Tanemura came home, his wife was confused. Realizing that the situation was not good, Nayaya immediately called the police station. That night, all the police force in Yodo was mobilized to search for the whereabouts of Tanemura. The result was clear. Until now, the person was still missing. Fiercely hanging up the police department's phone, Nakaya wearily rubbed his head. He didn't sleep for the entire night. Tanemura possessed too much intelligence, and if these intelligences were made public, Nippon would enter into the worst diplomatic crisis since World War II. Just the information of the T-virus was researched under the authorization of the government was enough to force the Prime Minister to step down. Hundreds of thousands of dead souls in City K, the tragedy on the Royal Caribbean cruise. This was not something that could be defended by scientific research without any other purpose. The sample was improperly stored, sorry. Nervous sweat continuously rolled down Nakaya's forehead. He then picked up the phone and called the Takayama, head of the Yamaguchi-gumi. The defense minister actually personally called a peasant. I am honored, Takayama said with a smile. Don't bullsh *T with me, I want you to help me. Nakaya immediately said. What's the matter? Takayama didn't ask for the pay and nonchalantly said. Help me find someone. President of Takeda Pharmaceutical. His photo can be found online and his name is Tanimura. After I find him. Nakaya hesitated for a moment and eventually lowering his voice. Kill him. The entire country had been rattled by the missing Tanimura. It was at this juncture that a small newspaper in State C far across the Pacific suddenly revealed the secrets of Tanimura's disappearance. According to an insider, President Tanimura disappeared on his way to a meeting with the defense minister, suspected of absconding. Fear of absconding? Fear of what? When people saw the news, everyone was confused. Why did the president of Takeda Pharmaceutical want to secretly meet at the hotel with the defense minister? The financial situation of the company was good with a promising market. Why did president of Takeda Pharmaceutical abscond? People began to suspect the real intention behind the meeting. Takeda Pharmaceutical was previously just on CIB's suspected list. By now, the CIB had begun to monitor the company. The missing Tanimura also had the honor to become part of the extra care list of the CIB and FBA. However, no one would have thought that Tanimura had already been kidnapped by ghost agents and had been taken off Nippon territory by Droplet No. 1. He was held in an interrogation room in the underground facilities of New Moon Island. The news was released by the ghost agent, under the instructions of Jiang Chen. The purpose on one hand was to push Takeda Pharmaceutical to the front of the stage to attract attentions from CIB and other intelligence agencies. On the other hand, it was used to disrupt the situation and create a chance for ghost agents again. Takeda Pharmaceutical was a Nippon company, but it also possessed information on the virus. Of course, the server that stores the virus data cannot be connected with the network, and it was bound to be heavily protected. After the incident, Takeda Pharmaceutical would most likely delete the company's data within the server, but it was impossible not to leave a backup. The T-virus itself was approved as a weapons project. The Nippon government certainly would not be willing to let their investments go down the drain, and they definitely would collect the data and keep it in custody. Nuclear weapons were dangerous, but no country had ever volunteered to surrender it. The same was true of T-virus. If the UA came in possession of the virus, the first response would certainly not be to destroy it, but to get it out of the hands of its ally nation through an exchange of interests. This weapon was more terrifying than nuclear weapons, and it was without radiation. The order that would take 10 nuclear bombs to destroy will probably only take 10 kilograms of the T-virus. This power to destroy the world must be buried. No one can possess it. When the Nippon government began to transport the experimental data, the ghost agents deployed in Nippon would once again make a move and destroy the virus at all costs. At the moment, in New Moon Island's underground facilities interrogation room, Tanimura with a pale face looked at the interrogators in front of him with a bitter expression. He was ready to resist till the end. However, these people didn't plan to waste a second at all. Tied to the chair with the camera set up, a shot of truth-telling serum was injected. Tanimura blanked out and spilled everything including the color of his wife's underwear. And Tanimura's testimony confirmed Jiang Chen's conjecture. The production of the T-virus requires a large amount of methicone, bath salt or Arabian tea can be used as the raw materials that can extract methicone. At the same time, Tanaka disappeared a month ago along with the experimental data and other intelligences. The virus experiment did get the permission of the Nippon government. 10 tons of salt. If Tanaka succeeded in taking over the production of Zhu Tianyu, sh*t, the madman now has at least hundreds of tons. Standing behind Jiang Chen, Ivan cursed out, how much virus can that produce? Jiang Chen looked into Tanemura's eyes and asked in a grave tone. Tanemura's head lowered and used his broken English. If other raw materials are not taken into consideration, 10 tons of bath salt can turn half of North America into hell. Jiang Chen and Ivan exchanged eye contact. Each saw the shock in the other's eyes. The shock was knowing that a madman controlled a weapon that could destroy the world. And this madman was also particularly unfriendly towards Xian. Send a diplomatic request to the Ethiopian government. If Tanaka is within its region, we need to arrest him immediately, Ivan said fiercely. Ethiopia will not allow this. We are unfamiliar with them. They will at most inform the UA troop, Jiang Chen said calmly. Is there any difference? Ivan asked. The combat effectiveness of the UA is impressive. As long as someone gets rid of the madman, does it really matter who? However, Jiang Chen didn't agree. No difference. The virus will just change hands. Jiang Chen stood up, narrowed his eyes, and stared at the sluggish face of Tanemura. Then he coldly said, the arrest will be executed by ghost agents. Celestial Trade Naval and Air Force will provide support. What about inbound permission? We don't apply. We'll go directly. Somalia, located at the mouth of the Gulf of Aden, was the sea route that all shipping vessels must enter and leave the Suez Canal from, and it occupied the lifeline connecting Europe and Asia. Due to the continuous civil war, the order of production had collapsed for many years and pirates has been the local economy since the 20th century. Chaos, poverty, and the proliferation of arms, here was the hotbed for terrorism. Occasionally, foreign tourists would visit and spend hundreds of dollars hiring local bodyguards. The bodyguards were usually pirates that switched into the industry, and they know clearly who they can't provoke and where they can't go. Although the price was not cheap, it was better than a multi-million-dollar ransom. However, there are exceptions to everything. Just in the town of Belek, north of Mogadishu, an Asian man was walking alone on the slum streets. In the shadows, pairs of unpleasant eyes watched him without any disguise to the maliciousness in their eyes, staring at him as well as his shoulder bag. But when he took a turn and headed for that house deep in the slums, all the unpleasant eyes disappeared. It was the stronghold of Sabah, youth party. Stopping at a fairly complete sand house, Tanaka pulled out his phone, confirmed the coordinates, and walked to the door. When he opened the door, the previously noisy room gradually turned quiet. The man standing in at the door hoisted a rifle and saw the head of the hat. He then asked. Are you Tanaka? That's right, Tanaka said smilingly. Cell phone, and weapons. The black man reached his hand out. Tanaka obediently pulled out a cell phone and put it in the hands of the man. Weapons too. The man repeated in broken English. I don't have any weapons. Tanaka opened his hands. The black man glanced incredulously at him and reached for his pocket, but other than his passport and a few pieces of paper, he didn't feel any weapons and found only a small bottle of a thumb-sized perfume. I advise you not to open it, or you may kill yourself. Tanaka said with a smile when he saw the man was about to open it. He used Arabic with a tone that didn't sound like he was joking. There was a burst of laughter, apparently no one took his warning seriously. The man's opened his mouth and a cruel smile appeared. In front Tanaka, he pulled out the cap. Just as he was going to stuff it into the Asian's nostril, a sudden flash of blood covered his pupils and the color of life in his brown pupils gradually faded. His chest had pumped rapidly as sweat rolled down from his nose and dripped onto the ground. Tanaka gently took the bottle from his hands, and then put the cap back on. The rest of the room looked at each other, not understanding the immediate situation. A thin man went up and patted him a few times with his hand. When he saw that there was no reaction, he immediately pulled out a pistol and said warily to Tanaka. What did you do to him? Tanaka smiled at the boy's action. "You'll know right away." A scream came from behind. A man suddenly bit the neck of another man, pushed him to the ground, and blood gushed out. This scene suddenly terrified his companions. They stepped forward to pull the two, twisted, together apart. "Quickly, separate them. Break off his arm." "Ouch! He bit me." The sudden unexpected scene made the boy pointing at Tanaka distracted as he turned around to look behind him. Roar! A short roar came from his back. No one reacted in time. The boy standing in front of Tanaka was smashed into the wall by the man who previously unplugged the bottle and half of his face was chewed off. "Ah! Body, what are you doing?" The miserable howl gradually began to weaken. Blood splashed onto Tanaka's pants. The pistol slipped from the boy's hand and fell in a pool of blood. The man seemed to have captured the smell of the same kind from the boy's body. He stopped chewing and glazed at the other living being with his crimson eyes. He then jumped to them. The gunshot was finally heard. The person who was plowed to the ground pulled the trigger of the AK-47 in his hand desperately and fired around the house. However, no zombie was killed, but rather, he killed and injured a lot of people who were still alive. Blood in the dark room formed a river and covered the ants crawling. Tanaka walked to the boy's side, picked up the pistol and the dropped cell phone. He reached out with a smile and rubbed the boy's short hair. "Good boy, go now." The boy opened his mouth and stared at Tanaka with horrific eyes. However, he did not pounce on Tanaka, but he slowly moved his sight and locked them onto another living person. "Devil!" Crawled under the table, a thin man dashed to the door in horror. However, he didn't manage to reach the door. Tanaka raised his gun. Bang! The man's eyes widened and fell in a pool of blood. The boy in unruly steps, jumped on his body, opened his bloody mouth and took a fierce bite. Tanaka took a stool, sat at the door of the room and smiled at this bloody scene. On the cruise ship, he used all of his stock, and the 5 milligrams inside the perfume bottle here was the last bit. But he didn't feel pained at all. 2 months ago, he had developed a modified version of the virus, and now infected people will not only become zombies, but also may evolve into mutants. Most crucially, these modified zombies will not target him as a prey. This data came from dozens of light years away. All of this was the intention the Curofune. It was a waste to just throw the inferior products away. He wanted to serve an appetizers to those poor suckers, so he used the inferior product on the cruise ship. He will soon be able to get a steady stream of raw materials, and before the world could react, the fire of civilization will be extinguished. The phone began to ring. Tanaka picked up, and said smilingly, "You stood me up and tested me with a boring trick. We have to make sure we are not dealing with the UA military." The voice over the phone was gloomy. "It doesn't matter, I have a lot of time. What do you think? Interested? This is the T-virus." The voice over the phone was mixed with a touch of excitement. "If this virus is brought to Nouveau York, the capital, Sabah will undoubtedly become the most powerful and most influential terrorism organization after Al-Qaeda. The whole world will tremble in terror and listen to the teachings of the true God. Because it's an improved version, I plan to call this the TT virus," Tanaka chuckled. "How much do you plan to sell it for?" "I'm not selling it for money," Tanaka shook his head. "What do you want then?" "Do me a favor. There is a salt factory near Hudaur, which is Mr. Zhu's business right. Including his tea plantations in Ethiopia, help me control them. I will split you half of what I produce." "Deal." Garrett hugged his wife and daughter in front of the New Moon Island military base hospital. He then walked to Jiang Chen, who stood under the coconut tree. "Congratulations, Mr. Garrett." Looking at Garrett, Jiang Chen opened his arms with a smile, and gave him a hug. Letting go of Jiang Chen, Garrett moved his neck and jokingly said, "Congratulations, Mr. Jiang Chen, you've got yourself a loyal hound." Having said that, Jiang Chen clearly saw the gratefulness in his eyes. Please do not belittle yourself like this. I never thought of my troops as hounds, Jiang Chen laughed. What about the new body? How are you feeling? Awesome, I feel relived. Garrett punched himself in the chest and made a strong muffled sound. Muscle tissues are a lot stronger than before, and I feel like I can fight against Captain America. Chris Evans will not want to fight with you, his abilities are just special effects. Jiang Chen smiled, and then his expression turned serious. Let's stop the joke here. Time is tight and your first task has arrived. Ready to go. Garrett stood straight. Well, you have 3 days to get acquainted with your body and practice some high-tech weapons. 3 days later. I need you to travel to Somalia. Target? Drugs. Is the target a drug dealer? That's easy. Garrett whistled. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. The opponent is the one who exploded you into a crippled person and the culprit who released the T-virus. Garrett took a moment to process, then his eyebrows raised. He bumped his fists together with a ferocious smile appearing on his face. Excellent. I will beat him so hard that his mother won't recognize him. Find him and capture him. Kill him if he can't be captured and kill him again if he resurrects. Make sure to kill him till he no longer moves. Here's your mission briefing, and more specific information is sent to your chip. Jiang Chen tapped the watch on his left wrist. Garrett paused, and only himself could see the stream of data flashing through his retina that formed a three-dimensional task briefing. Just like wearing the Google glasses, the AR device was implanted directly on his cortex rather than an external item. Including the T-virus information, Tanaka's ability, as well as the secret of the Curofune, all the information gathered by the ghost agents about the Curofune were shared to the chip in his brain. After browsing through the mission briefing, Garrett solemnly looked at Jiang Chen. I will. Ghost agents will provide you with support, if necessary. Aurora 20 will strike too. I wish you the best of luck. Jiang Chen patted on his shoulder and then turned away. Garrett took off along with the ghost agents. Good news will soon arrive from Somalia. Curofune had gone out of control, Takeda Pharmaceutical was caught in the whirlpool of public dissent, and all of CIB's energy has also been drawn into the chess match with the Nippon government and the investigation of Takeda Pharmaceutical. In order to clear their name from their virus, the Nippon government started a secretive operation to transfer the virus data and samples. At the same time, ghost agents lurking in Nippon were eyeing the data and virus samples. As long as the transfer work began, they would immediately move to destroy the backup data and samples. In addition, Jiang Chen also possessed a copy of the video that recorded Mr. Tanamura's confession about his crimes. If the video was made public, all the conspiracies related to the T-virus will be exposed under the sunlight. The Nippon government would also be dragged into an irreversible pitfall by providing financial aid and policy support to Tanaka and would be condemned by the whole world. In order to prevent causing suspicions and to prevent the UA from receiving the news ahead of schedule, the release of the video was set after the destruction of the experimental data and virus samples. By then, the video would be anonymously uploaded to YouTube and other video streaming sites. The Nippon government's crimes would be made public. Of course, Jiang Chen would selectively delete the part related to the Curofune. Making the temporarily invincible threats public serves no purpose other than creating panic. What's more, this would have very limited impact on Tanaka. He already took the virus data and the inventory in the lab and freed the virus recklessly on the cruise ship. To commit such an action, he already didn't care whether the secrets of the black ship were made public or not. Somalia's salt factory was the last stop in his plan. If the raw materials could be used to produce enough of the virus to cover the entire world, and the local extremist organization was used as a medium to spread the virus to the world, all of civilization would be pushed to the brink of destruction. Curofune's mission would welcome its ultimate conclusion. What prompted him to make such a sudden but lunatic decision? Jiang Chen didn't know, but he had every reason to believe that this must be related to the natural selection space colonization ship. Is it because the technology one brought to this world caused their vigilance? Jiang Chen furrowed at the thought. Graphene chips? Quantum communication satellite? Water treatment? Robot? What exactly is it? He had a hunch that the final showdown with the Curofune was coming. Before dealing with Harmony, the stinger lurking inside the human must be removed. Changing his body. Returning to the apocalypse, Jiang Chen found Lin Lin and told her the situation of Tanaka, hoping to get an answer from here. So to understand, as soon as he removes his hat, his bodily functions will cease and then wake up from another body. Jiang Chen tried to elaborate Tanaka's story in more detail. Lin Lin frowned, the marker pinched between her fingers casually beat the table. Your description is too abstract, can you not give me a sample of something? Like that hat, or Tanaka's DNA. After carefully recollecting his memory, once on the plane and once on the cruise ship, every time Tanaka died, whether the hat or body, were destroyed completely. Jiang Chen helplessly shook his head. This is going to be difficult. Lin Lin pouted and muttered in a quiet voice, digitalized people can do it, but some special equipment can also do it. To put it simply, you don't need to know if the so-called false body is a real human or not. What does that mean? Jiang Chen took a second to process. It is very simple. Didn't you help a prince make a highly restored man-made human in the modern world? With the use of basic artificial intelligence technology, other than you and the prince, the two insiders, the princess in other people's eyes is just like the real human, right? Lin Lin's words woke him up. Jiang Chen instantly realized that he just subconsciously regarded him as a human, but he never thought about if he is really human. You mean? Tanaka is a man-made human? Jiang Chen frowned. Well, I didn't say that. Lin Lin's small head shook quickly, but it has to do with the hat that never leaves him. Of course I know that. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly, so what's your solution, the intelligent Miss Lin Lin? Lin Lin blushed, clearly she didn't think of a good solution, but she didn't want to frankly admit that. Ahem, in short, you have to give me that hat first, only after studying it can I conclude. Just then, a knock came from the door before it was gently pushed open. Yao Yao wearing aprons appeared in front of the door. It's time to have lunch. Wait after you eat to work. Hearing it was time to eat, Lin Lin happily ran out of the door, leaving Jiang Chen behind. Looking at Lin Lin's back, Jiang Chen shook his head amusedly, and followed her. After the family enjoyed lunch together, Jiang Chen returned to the modern world, but then returned to the apocalypse within 2 hours. As usual, he set up transport points and added 300 tons of rice, potatoes, bacon, vegetables, salt, pepper, and other foods to the warehouse in the backyard. With the scale of the food trade increasing, the population of Wanghai was also growing. It was originally enough to transport every other quarter, but now it must be done every month. Fortunately, with Lin Lin's fourth-dimensional transportation device, Jiang Chen only needed to set the transportation point, and he would be able to throw things from the modern world. So it didn't take him long to move the 300 tons of goods. He sent a message to Wang Qing and requested her to transfer all these foods to the warehouse base for preservation. He then returned to the mansion, opened the refrigerator, and stuffed the fresh seafood inside. The food outside the mansion was different from the food inside. The former were wholesale seafood from Australia, while the latter was fresh food purchased from the market on Coral Island. After finishing, Jiang Chen didn't immediately return to the modern world, but walked around the camp to de-stress. It was the end of December, there was a lot of snow in Wanghai on the wasteland. White velvet snow covered every inch of land there. Under the sunshine, the snow reflected a gold-plated sheen. Snowplow vehicles operated in the square, pushing snow to the outside of the base. Children ran from across, picking up snowballs to play. Soldiers lined up with rifles and patrolled with reptile drones. Along the way, people who saw him all stopped their work and saluted. The general, who resumed the order of the city, was revered in the heart by the survivors living there. As for those who saluted to him, Jiang Chen just smiled and didn't disturb their work. To be honest, watching the respect in their eyes from the bottom of their heart really made him feel warm and fuzzy inside. When he passed the rocket launch site, he suddenly remembered something, so he paced toward the Aerospace Technology Research Institute. Modern world, Somalia, Mogadishu. A man in a leather jacket with luggage walked out of the airport with giant strides. Above his high nose was a pair of round sunglasses, his well-defined face looked quite vicious. Just from his appearance, this guy wasn't someone to be messed with. Standing outside the airport, Garrett looked around then pressed on his headset. "This is Garrett, arrived at Mogadishu Airport." "Roger." Like in a video game, the blue road sign directly appeared in his field of view, marking the mission site. **T, this stuff is really convenient," he murmured to himself. His gaze locked onto his destination. Through the crowd, he walked straight towards the blue road sign. He walked directly on a street and turned into a local hotel. He didn't go to reception, instead, he went straight upstairs. He stopped at room 503 then gently pushed the door. The door opened. Just like as the ghost agent said, the door wasn't locked. Garrett walked inside. His boots crunched on the wooden floor. Carefully checking his surroundings, he closed the door behind, went straight to the bed, and took out a card from under the pillow. Everything was according to the mission briefing. With a grin, he then crouched down and pulled out a password-protected briefcase. He entered the password. With a click, the briefcase opened, exposing the black lacquer of the Reaper assault rifle as well as orange-colored bullets and cartridge. He dumped the equipment onto the bed, stuffed the rifle and drones into the bag, and inserted the pistols into his pocket. After arming himself, he left with the briefcase. When he went downstairs, a gray-shirted man extinguished his cigarette and stepped forward. "Sir, do you need a bodyguard?" $400 a day. I can guarantee your safety in Somalia. Do you have a car? Of course. In Somalia, the bodyguards are the drivers. The man smiled, revealing his white teeth. Garrett nodded then waved. Take me to your car. Okay. My name is a bit long, you foreigners might not be used to saying it, so you can call me Nashed. Smith, Garrett said emotionlessly. Smith was the name on his passport. Nashed's car was parked near a fruit stand. Not far from the fruit stand were a few children eating apples. After shooing away the children, Nashed opened the door and invited Garrett to get in. It was a modified Toyota pickup. The trailer in the back had clear signs of welding marks. Needless to say, this guy must have been a pirate or something, the reason being that Toyota pickup trucks combined with .50 caliber machine guns were almost the standard for terrorists. After playing hide-and-seek with terrorists in Iraq for more than 5 years, Garrett knew these things too well. But at that moment, he didn't say anything. He got into the front seat and fastened his seatbelt. Where to? The driver started the car and turned to ask. Huter. Nashed, almost about to drive, suddenly paused. What's the matter? Garrett asked. It's not safe there and I don't suggest you go. That's one of Sabah's strongholds, and you must have heard they're unfriendly to Americans, Nashed said. Garrett grinned. Just take me there and drop me off. Nashed made a helpless expression. If you insist. While Garrett traveled on the car, a woman with a black turban drove to the desert north of Huter. The second-hand car was parked next to a sand dune. The woman pulled off her turban while throwing the black robe in the car, exposing a pretty face, and an optical illusion combat suit in a sand color. When she got to the back of the car, she pulled open the trunk and took out the hidden ghost sniper rifle as well as a drone backpack. Putting the sniper rifle over her shoulder, she opened the hologram map, confirmed the coordinates of the targeted salt factory in the contours of the surrounding terrain, then headed for the dunes next to it. The small drone terminal was behind the sand dune. She immediately activated optical invisibility and headed for the top of the dune. Creeping on the sand, she set up her sniper rifle. The crosshairs locked onto the salt factory hidden in the hamlet. Ghost Bird is in place, waiting for attack orders. In the laboratory of the salt factory, Tanaka inserted a glass tube into a flask filled with a clear-colored liquid and carefully introduced the blue-colored reagent. The moment the blue liquid mixed with the transparent liquid, a chemical reaction suddenly occurred. The originally incompatible blue liquid beads instantly disappeared. A man, who was standing by the side, incredulously watched this scene. "Have you learned yet?" Tanaka asked smilingly. The man disguised his surprised look, pretended he hadn't heard, and looked away. "No need to be nervous. I know Sabah sent you here to learn. You have to be careful when producing this virus, you could kill everyone if you don't pay attention." Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open and a brown-skinned man came in and spoke 2 words to Tanaka in Japanese. "They're here." Tanaka looked a little surprised, but he soon returned to normal. He removed the glass tube from the rack, then walked to another table. "They're actually here. It seems that Jiang Chen can still surprise me." "What to do?" asked the brown-skinned man. "How many tons of salt have been transferred to the desert?" 97 tons. Tanaka nodded, pleased. He picked up the test tube, poured a little bit of unknown powder inside, poured the cloudy liquid in the test tube into the flask and pressed on the cork. The flask was placed in front of an incandescent lamp. Looking at the oil-like luster on the surface, Tanaka smiling unconsciously. "Very good, that's enough." He tucked the flask into the hand of a black man. Tanaka patted him on the shoulder and spoke in English. "After observing it so many times, you should try it yourself." The man looked at the flask, then at Tanaka, confused. What should I do?" "Add a sample of embryonic stem cells from that brown bottle over there, put it into a petri dish and incubate it for 2 hours at 37 degrees Celsius, then the virus's last step is done." "I'm going to the washroom and going to grab something to eat." "Rest assured, I completed the dangerous steps." "You can do it." Tanaka and the brown man left, leaving behind a confused chemist. "Did you tell him the recipe?" "That's right. He won't live for long anyway," Tanaka said with a smile. In the village where the salt factory was located, there were about 1,000 people, including the elderly, women and children. 500 of them were directly or indirectly in the drug business. With the help of Sabab, Tanaka had taken over Mr. Zhu's business effortlessly, and now he was the boss. So when he walked out of the salt factory, these foolish natives looked at him with awe. They weren't aware he was the man who would bring them death. Tanaka walked to the front of the parked Toyota pickup and opened the door but didn't sit inside. He looked up at the glaring sun. His eyes narrowed and he whispered, "The Kurofune is welcoming its last moment. Soon, the whole world will remember our name, fear it, and embrace the era of harmony in the soothing horn of doomsday. Sakta, do you choose to meet our enemies here or follow me to the end? Is there any difference?" "No difference. Our fate is the same." "Then I choose to meet them here," the brown-skinned man said. A cloud covered the gradually lowering sun. Tanaka nodded with a smile as he patted Sakta's back. "Best of luck." When the door opened, the northern wind blew snow all over the ground. Jiang Chen closed the door, hung his winter coat on a hook, and walked to the Aerospace Technology Research Institute. Compared to the previous workshop, the snow-covered Aerospace Technology Research Institute could undoubtedly be called a proper workshop. It had a wide lobby and was a 5-story building. Although researchers were still in short supply, at least it was more spacious. He went straight to Jiang Lin's lab and saw him working with several researchers in lab coats around a 2-person tall oil drum. Jiang Chen went up, then looked at the barrel for a moment. It's called the Messenger, a space telescope that belonged to the Pan-Asia Cooperation. It has a maximum observation range of 13.8 billion light-years and captures light from the beginning of the Big Bang. It can directly observe galaxies in 1 to 50 light-years, photograph the landforms of the planets. It can also be used to observe black holes, dark matter, etc. As he put some things aside, Jiang Lin explained to Jiang Chen. Good Lord, where did this thing come from? Jiang Chen, clearly intrigued, stared at the object. The Zhao Corporation got it from the Taipei Space Launch Base. It was originally used to explore extraterrestrial civilizations. However, before it was put into use, the Third World War broke out, so this was brought into Taipei's fallout shelter. You told me to collect all equipment related to space, so I bought it. How much was it? 10,000 credits. Jiang Lin shrugged. 10,000 credits was a huge sum for the average person, but it was nothing for NAC. If this was before the war, this space telescope would have cost at least billions of dollars worth of Pan-Asian currency. Now, it was worth 1,000 canned foods. Great value, you did an excellent job. Jiang Chen laughed, then looked at the thing a few more times. How was this repaired? This wasn't broken to begin with, but it wasn't completed. The survivors on the Taipei side sold the design drawings and the ground monitoring equipment to us. As long as we digest the technology and create the remaining parts, we just need to install it before it's good to go. Once this space telescope was completed and launched by celestial trade, the mysterious veil of the natural selection in Gliese 581G planet would also be completely uncovered. Only when the enemy was seen with one's own eyes could Earth have the possibility of fighting its enemy. After telling Jiang Lin to complete the space telescope as soon as possible, Jiang Chen left the institute. On his way to the community center, he happened to see Wang Qing, who was looking for him. From her face, there was a matter of urgency. What happened? Jiang Chen stopped and looked at her. Wang Qing nodded. A distress signal came from Luding Town. Luding Town. While Luding Town still remained independent from the order of NAC-led Wanghai City, it had now become a vassal of NAC with close economic ties. For no other reason, no matter how strong its air force and long-range firepower were, its foundation was ultimately the sea, and they relied heavily on imports from onshore survivors. Think about it, what kind of industry could be supported by an aircraft carrier? More and more small and medium-sized survival camps envied the jurisdiction of the NAC. With closer trading with the 6th Street, they had taken the initiative to join the NAC economic zone and accept the protection of the NAC military government. This could also save a considerable amount of tariffs and military expenses. Among these was the beer bottle company that provided ammunition supplies for Luding Town and the small harbor towns that had close trade ties with Luding. For these small and medium-sized survival camps, NAC gave them a high degree of autonomy. The only requirement was to abide by the NAC-designated constitution and pay taxes to NAC according to their charter. All the pawns had taken refuge in NAC, and Luding naturally became a pawn of NAC. Although they were unwilling to accept this fact, after several internal meetings in the Luding government under the leadership of the capitalist Tang Mia, Luding and NAC signed a defense pact symbolizing their friendship. When they received a request for assistance from Luding Town, NAC was certainly obliged to respond. However, Jiang Chen hadn't imagined he would run into this on a temporary trip. Who's the enemy? Jiang Chen looked at Wang Qing. I'm still not sure if it's an enemy. Wang Qing shook her head. A destroyer appeared close to the Bohai aircraft carrier and has been hovering 5 kilometers away from the port of Wanghai. Since they're unsure if it's a hostile force, Luding has been tense lately. Destroyer? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. What worried him wasn't that it was a destroyer, but that a new force had appeared in the sea near Wanghai. If they possessed a destroyer, presumably their forces weren't small. Whether this destroyer was inherited from before the war or made by them, it proved they wouldn't be easy to deal with. And what made him most surprised was that someone could actually travel freely on the dangerous seas. Zhao Qinwu mentioned before that the Zhao Corporation had a small fleet, but it basically didn't dare to leave shallow waters and only sailed along the island mass. The monsters in the ocean were far more dangerous than those on land. Aside from polarized extreme variants, the strongest mutant on land was the Mother of Deathclaw, and they even trembled in front of electromagnetic pulse cannons. In the ocean, both the upper and lower limits were unknown. After all, species, whether quantity, density, or size, weren't at an order of magnitude. Disregarding everything else, a mutated blue whale was almost equivalent in size to a Bohai aircraft carrier. Jiang Chen had seen the photo of the mutated blue whale. It was shot by the merchants who sailed to Japan. Its massive size made it impossible for him to imagine what weapons could defeat it. Did Luding try to contact the destroyer? They've tried to get in touch with them, but the other side seems to be averse to contact. They didn't want to engage in conversation, they were just hovering in the distance. It was evident why Luding felt nervous. Both parties were too close to each other, and any misjudgment could lead to battle. If the opposite destroyer struck, the Bohai aircraft carrier, which had its engine broken for more than 2 decades, couldn't evade an attack. What message did Luding send? Asked Jiang Chen. They want us to honor the defense pact, Wang Qin said. Jiang Chen nodded and said after a moment of contemplation, deploy a battalion of forces from the 1st Division on Hengsha Island and send engineering teams to build forts and fortifications on the island. Give this to Cheng Weiguo. He knows what to do. Hengsha Island is outside the jurisdiction of NAC. There are 2 different mutant nests in the area. Do we send troops directly? Wang Qin asked. Mutants' nests. Perfect, NAC's artillery hasn't performed military exercises for a long time. Bombard the area then enter. Jiang Chen waved his hand and ordered. Yes. Wang Qin saluted. Chapter 708 Operation Black. Somalia, Huta region. It was sunny. A large net was formed around the village where the salt factory was located. Garrett, a modified warrior, was responsible for the frontal attack. He was supported by a ghost agent, as well as a Celestial Trade Marine Corps soldier who was deployed in the vicinity as backup. All combat units had arrived in their scheduled positions. They were only waiting for the night to execute their mission. The sun began to set, and a dim halo shrouded the outer edge of the red terrain of the earth, scattering a blood-like color to the surrounding sand dunes. Dark-skinned villagers with long branches shooed the goats back into the pen. A truck drove on the dirt road and raised a cloud of dust. Several armed militants carrying AK-47s jumped off the vehicle and ordered the villagers next to them to unload the tea leaves on the truck and move them into the plant. The ghost agent on the sand dunes took a deep breath, shifted her gaze from the scope, and clicked the touch screen on her right arm a few times. In order to prevent snipers from snooping, these militants cleverly pulled ropes between the buildings and hung dyed cloths on the rope. However, these methods weren't so effective for a ghost agent equipped with advanced technology. The only problem was the civilian population in the village. It was difficult to avoid accidental injuries. A holographic screen emerged. Before her eyes was a bird's-eye view of the village. The drone had arrived over the salt factory. Using infrared identification devices, it marked the heat source belonging to the militants and used the 2-line positioning method to directly present a 3-dimensional position of the target on the ghost agent's retina. The sky finally turned dark. In addition to the armed militants who were still standing around, the villagers had already returned home and closed their doors and windows. The entire village was filled with silence. When the last light went out, Garrett, waiting by the highway, took out his Ripper assault rifle from his travel bag, loaded it cleanly, took the rifle and walked towards the wall on the periphery of the village. The ghost agent, codenamed Ghost Bird, had already shared the enemy's heat source coordinates on his chip. Although their dark skin color provided them with natural night camouflage, under the monitoring of drones, they were no different from people sitting underneath a spotlight. At 3 o'clock, there are 2 sentinels. Leaning against the wall, Garrett pressed on the headset. Can you hit them over there? There's a building in the way, you have to rely on yourself. Okay. At the same time the voice faded, Garrett took out the drone from the backpack behind him and threw it in the air like he was throwing a frisbee. Buzz dash. A short buzzing sound whistled past. The 2 sentinels didn't have time to react before a series of blood splatters appeared and they collapsed into pools of blood. With a rifle, Garrett stepped out of the shadows and reached for the hummingbird drone that hovered over the bodies of the 2 men. He then proceeded in the direction of the salt factory with his rifle. At that moment, a shrill scream coming from the distance suddenly broke through the silence of the village. Then, on the other side of the village, there was heavy gunfire. Garrett's expression turned stern as he assumed his location had been exposed. He immediately rushed for cover and switched his rifle to automatic. The screams awakened the sleeping villagers and lamps began to light up. Of course, some people would never wake up again. The lights illuminated the dark village. Cries, screams, and gunfire mixed together. Garrett waited for a long time, but the envisaged siege didn't come. The situation is odd. The ghost bird's voice appeared in his ear. What happened? Can you see things from over there? Garrett frowned. Zombies. The villagers are infected and turned into zombies. The zombies are now attacking the militants and they're killing each other. Fu*K. This madman. Garrett cursed, immediately lifted his rifle, and rushed toward the salt factory. This mission didn't receive approval from the Somali authorities. At the moment, all the people in the village turned into zombies. Such a big event was absolutely impossible to cover up. The heavy casualties of unrelated civilians would inevitably draw the attention of the local warlords, international watchdogs, and UAE troops stationed in the Gulf of Aden. Celestial trade definitely couldn't become the scapegoat. He had to finish this quick. Roar. His dark skin stained with blood, a man dashed out of the darkness and rushed at Garrett. Judging from his ferocity and speed, he obviously wasn't an ordinary zombie. Garrett didn't avoid him at all. He reached out with one hand at lightning speed, grasping the neck of the zombie, then snapped it in half. As he listened to the sound of the snap, the neck of the zombie broke and the bloodthirst in its pupils gradually faded. Without any pause, Garrett set up his rifle and continued to rush toward the salt factory. Gunfire resounded in the distance, and bullets coming from the side pierced through the zombies about to sneak up on Garrett. The terrain of the alley was too narrow, and the long range of his rifle made it difficult for it to be effective in close-range combat. Although they were there to destroy the virus, they didn't think they would encounter zombies there. Damn it! I should have brought my machine gun here. Blood spattered Garrett's face as he pulled out a dagger stuck in a zombie's eyes while he cussed into the communication channel. *T. These zombies aren't right. They seem to be mutated. You better act fast. The mayhem here might have alerted the local military force. We didn't apply for entry, so they might not be very friendly. I know. After smashing down a zombie with his gunstock, Garrett unleashed some bullets and swept across 7 or 8 zombies. He whipped open a wooden door and rushed into a house. There was a zombie on the floor and a corpse being eaten. Before it reacted, he rushed into the backyard and took a deep breath, then kicked against the sand wall. The titanium alloy bone was activated, and the built-in power module powered to its maximum. His foot hit it directly. With only a crackling sound, the entire sand wall collapsed and the 2 zombies behind the wall were directly knocked to the ground. Because the earlier commotion brought the zombies to the street, there were almost no zombies on this street. In front of him was the salt factory. While running, Garrett said while gritting his teeth, Ghost, local military forces have discovered the situation here. Yes. Based on the satellite screen, you only have 15 minutes. That's enough. The gunfire inside the plant had stopped. From the heat source information sent by the drone, the zombies had apparently won. Sabab, who dealt with the devil, was finally bitten by a devil. Kurofune had never had any allies. All human beings who refused to accept evolution were their enemies. Inside the factory, a dozen zombies with rifles still around their waists rushed toward Garrett. Orange-red flames jumped out from the muzzle. Garrett pressed the trigger and instantly exploded the zombies' heads. Clank, a clip was emptied, so Garrett pulled out a new clip from his waist and was about to load it. At that very moment, a strong wind suddenly attacked from the side. Garrett, whose 5 senses had been strengthened, reacted immediately and placed his rifle in front of his chest. Boom! Its gun body made out of plastic steel was actually broken in half by the direct blow. After throwing the broken weapon onto the ground, Garrett jumped back with force. He distanced himself from the man and locked his eyes onto him. "Who are you?" The brown-skinned man swung his arms and prepared himself to fight. The muscles of his body swelled at an unbelievable speed. "Who I am isn't important." His previously peaceful eyes suddenly turned ferocious. "You just need to know that today, you will die here with the identity of a celestial trade soldier." "Are you sure?" A menacing smile formed on Garrett's face. In the bustling streets of Yodo, a black van departed from an underground garage 2 blocks away from the Takeda Pharmaceutical Building. According to intelligence collected by Ghost agents, the Ministry of Defense had taken the lead in transferring T-virus data from Takeda Pharmaceutical today. In order to ensure complete security, not only the Ministry of Defense Intelligence Department, but also the Cabinet Intelligence Research Office, which directly obeyed the Prime Minister's orders, and the 2nd Division of the Ground Self-Defense Force, participated in the transfer. But on the day of the transfer, their actions were surprisingly low-key. In addition to the black van, all the Nippon Intelligence Agency's energy was used to shift the attention of the CIB. Takeda Pharmaceuticals chairman, Tanimura, went missing. The Minister of Defense blamed this on the UA. In his opinion, no one else had the strength to be able to take Tanimura out of the country without anyone knowing. News about Tanimura's disappearance that they desperately tried to cover up was also first leaked from newspapers in State C, thousands of kilometers away. This was also evidence that supported Nikaya's speculations. However, the Nippon government didn't realize there were other people eyeing them. Just as the black van left the garage, a white car parked at the door of the clothing store about 200 meters away began to move too. "The target has left the garage." "Roger that." After closing the communication line, Shinanaha glanced at the screen on her right arm. Through the image from the drone, the position of the black van was confirmed and she kept a distance of 300 meters. It was located in the center of the city and it was inconvenient to execute the mission. As long as the target arrived at the destination street. Shinanaha's lips formed a smile. By the way, Shinanaha was just the name on her passport, her real name was Zhuyu from Michigan. She had helped Jiang Chen many times and was one of the older agents. In order to ensure everything went smoothly, Jiang Chen sent her to Nippon to plan the mission against Takeda Pharmaceutical after the cruise ship tragedy. Zhuyu approached a red light so she stopped the car. The black van continued to drive to the targeted location, but she wasn't worried at all. From beginning to end, the van hadn't disappeared from the drone's monitor. At this moment, an unexpected event occurred. A Mercedes on the other side of the road suddenly turned its steering wheel, veered onto the opposite lane, and rammed into the black van without any warning. No one could react in time. The Mercedes was obviously modified, and it flipped the black van over. The crowd screamed and fled, but hell had only just begun. Boom! Fire erupted from the Mercedes, immediately swallowing the black van and the nearby crowd. The flying debris blew away the escaping passers-by, spilling blood and broken limbs on the street. The braking vehicles collided and rammed into the shops along the street. The sudden explosion completely paralyzed the traffic on this road. Zhu Yu, who was waiting at the traffic light, stared at the fire blankly. Immediately, she reacted, entered the return command for the drone, and updated her partner at the ambush location. The target has been destroyed, the mission is cancelled. Someone exploded the data and samples of the virus into pieces right in front of them. Was it the CIB? No, they wouldn't want to destroy the virus but obtain the virus. Who could it be? Zhu Yu's eyebrows furrowed as she was lost in thought. Suddenly, a shrill scream outside the window shook her. It's a zombie. That's a lie. How could that be? How could this appear in Yodo? Run. Drive. 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 Noisy shouting and car whistles could be heard. Traffic accidents near the intersection completely ravaged the entire neighborhood. The sudden outbreak of the T-virus turned everything into horrific mayhem. It wasn't an anime, and it wasn't a movie. The bloody living dead walked through the stagnant traffic and used their hands, that couldn't feel pain, to open windows. They pounced at the fleeing people, bit all the flesh and blood they could see and expanded the numbers of living dead. Seeing the blood in front of her, Zhu Yu suddenly recalled something. The vehicle not only contained the virus data, but also Tanaka's newly developed improved virus samples. There was no time to delay, she awaiting death by staying in that car. Zhu Yu immediately opened the car door and followed the direction of the crowd, heading away from the source of infection. At that very moment, a familiar face suddenly appeared on the big screen next to the street. A pleasant face appeared with an iconic flat cap. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tanaka. In Somalia, thousands of kilometers away. In the salt factory, Garrett confronted Sakta. Watching the gestures of the man in front of him, Garrett's eyes narrowed slightly. Muay Thai. Sakta didn't speak and responded with his fists. Whoosh. The sound of wind breaking rang in his ear. His opponent's iron fist that seemed capable of breaking through his steel plate made Garrett suddenly turn serious and disregard all his contempt. There was another sound of a fist breaking the air. Sakta skillfully took a jab before he followed with a powerful elbow strike directly onto Garrett's face. Pooch. After a muffled sound followed by a drop of cold sweat, Sakta's pupils gradually enlarged. His elbow strike felt like it hit an iron plate. No, if it was an iron plate, he had the confidence he could penetrate it with his genetic modification. At the moment, however, it was as if the man's arm was in front of him and he easily blocked his strike. Not only that, but judging by the sharp pain from his hand, his right hand was crippled. It seemed that the man in front of him had also experienced some degree of mutation. And it was a more horrifying transformation. Don't be surprised, my bones are made of titanium. Garrett grinned and punched his face, caving his nose right in. His entire cheekbone broke into pieces. Take this punch for the guy called Tanaka. After you go to hell, thank him for me. After lobbing Sakta to the side, who was no longer breathing, Garrett opened the hologram map and walked toward the target destination. Pushing open the wooden door, he arrived at the basement of the salt factory. The viral density here was extremely high, but for Garrett, who was injected with a genetic vaccine, a high density the virus had no effect on him. He nonchalantly finished the zombies that pounced at him and he headed straight for the source of the infection. The source of infection was a petri dish, from which the virus leaked. There were dozens of bath salt bags next to it. There were also dangerous bottles of glass on the table. All the viruses were here. Only 11 kilograms, how could that be? Garrett gritted his teeth and immediately released a drone. However, he searched the entire salt factory and didn't find Tanaka or any more viruses. There was only one possibility. The Kurofune had already transferred all the raw materials and made new viruses. Garrett punched the wall and made a dent in the concrete wall. F***CK. At the same time, the voice of Ghost Bird resounded in his ear. There are only 5 kilometers left before the local military force arrives. We must evacuate immediately. Roger that. Garrett turned off his microphone and reluctantly looked back at the salt factory. He picked up his rifle broken in half from the floor and departed the salt factory. Aisha called Jiang Chen back to the modern world through the fourth-dimensional messenger on the EP. He never thought that after being only gone for a while, the world would change dramatically. First was news from ghost agents in Nippon. There was a T-virus outbreak in Yodo, the entire Shinagawa area was quarantined, and more than 100,000 people were infected. The defense forces sent in 5,000 combat units to Yodo. At the same time, the UA troops stationed in Nippon also dispatched 5 Osprey helicopters, dropped a company of Marines, and went to Shinagawa to carry out rescue activities. It was also in this incident that Tanaka's face appeared on a big screen in Ginza, marking his first public appearance. Good afternoon, my name is Tanaka. You may not be familiar with my name, but it doesn't matter. You must have heard of the virus I developed. You don't have to try to understand the motives behind my action. If you really want to get to the bottom, it's probably war. Yes, this is war. Human civilization will usher the dawn without hypocrisy and sin. Look forward to the day Kurofune arrives. I wish you the best of luck. Although Tanaka called his actions war, the world media still categorized the attack as an act of terrorism, and referred to it as the Asian version of the September 11th incident. The Defense Force and the UA military in Nippon took control of the situation immediately. They used barbed wire to create a quarantine zone and evacuated survivors from the area. However, the tens of thousands of casualties still cast a shadow on the country and the entire world. Similar incidents had occurred in the past. In March 1995, a certain evil organization in Nippon released sarin gas in the metro, causing heavy casualties. However, compared to the number of casualties of the T-virus leak, the 95 event was nothing in comparison. We express deep sorrow for the crisis that occurred in Nippon. We strongly condemn the use of biological and chemical weapons against unarmed civilians. This is a global disaster. To the 9 citizens who died in the virus incident, our seals will provide you with an explanation. The Kremlin has issued a national warrant for arrest. If Tanaka or the Kurofune appears in Russia, France. However, on the 3rd day of the T-virus incident in Yodo, the town north of Hudar in Somalia attracted the attention of the entire world. Overnight, 987 villagers and 45 militants all died of unnatural causes. The cause of death was the T-virus. No, to be precise, it was the improved version of the T-virus. The local military forces dispatched troops to the target village immediately after hearing gunfire and explosions. However, this group apparently underestimated the combat effectiveness of the zombies. They directly drove Toyota pickup trucks with their machine guns and rammed inside. If they were ordinary zombies, perhaps they could be easily suppressed by more than a dozen guns, but these zombies were mutated. In particular, this type of zombie, whose muscles were swollen and tumor-like, could directly knock over a pickup from the side, and these militiamen realized their sloppy behavior had struck the hornet's nest. The 30 militias who rushed into the village became food. The warlords who controlled the Belvedere area immediately sent a regiment of troops to block the desert north of Hudar and set up checkpoints in the distance. Soldiers were sent to evacuate villagers from the area. However, they obviously weren't effective. Within 2 days, the zombies spread to neighboring areas and turned villages with populations of at least 5,000 into places of the living dead. However, the problematic part was that the village viral outbreak was located on the border between Somalia and Ethiopia and was an area with disputed borders. Because of the chaotic political situation in Somalia, the warlords didn't seek help from the United Nations. They stupidly chose to block the news, which pitted them against neighboring Ethiopia. It wasn't until the third day of the incident that Ethiopia received news from a town on its side. Strange people were crossing the border from Somalia, and they opened their mouths to bite people. Fortunately, the Ethiopian military dispatched the forces of a division immediately and even used armored vehicles and tanks to keep the zombies out of their borders. At the same time, Ethiopia sought help from the United Nations. It was precisely because of these political tensions that despite the simultaneous outbreak of the T virus in Yodo, the virus incident in Somalia wasn't known to the world until 3 days later. New Moon Island, Celestial Trade Military Base. Garrett stood at Jiang Chen's desk. His face was both embarrassed and anxious. The ghost agent who stood next to him, codenamed Ghost Bird, originally named Penny, was also considered an experienced agent. However, the mission took a surprising turn. What happened in Somalia? Garrett, you go first. Jiang Chen's finger tapped on the table and he didn't have the most pleasant expression. We set up a capture plan, but Tanaka wasn't in the salt factory. The T virus found in the salt factory was only 11 kilograms, Garrett said with his back straight. Jiang Chen looked at Penny. Penny's expression was a bit more awkward, because the intelligence was collected by the ghost agent, and they had received credible news from their informant. Tanaka had been in the salt factory for several days and there were at least 3 trucks driving into the village each day. He took the tea leaves smuggled from Ethiopia. Yet on the day of the mission, Tanaka disappeared. Also gone were the virus-raising materials and viruses made by Tanaka in the past few days. Sorry. Hundreds of kilograms of virus extracts are missing, and there are nearly 100 tons of viral raw materials missing. What do you think I want to hear from you? Jiang Chen stared into Penny's eyes and took a deep breath, but he didn't continue to make things difficult for her. At the same time, Jiang Chen's watch vibrated. He previously told Jean to monitor news on the internet about the T virus. Now that she was calling him, it was probably regarding this very reason. You can go first, Jiang Chen dismissed the two of them as he took the call. Roger. Garrett and Penny sighed in relief, looked at each other and turned around. After the office door was closed, Jiang Chen pressed down on the watch and Jean's holographic image appeared beside his hand. New news. What news? The Belvedere Regional Army refused to execute the request signed by the Somali authorities regarding the UAE military's takeover of the affected area and threatened to withdraw all checkpoints set up outside the infected zone if the UAE military forcibly entered the infected area and allowed zombies to proliferate to the entire region of Somalia. Well, that fool is playing with fire then. Not everyone had the capital to use the virus as a bargaining chip. The Belvedere regional warlords obviously overestimated their fighting power. After the events in Yodo, they still dared to act so recklessly, it was like they were trying to be the enemy of the whole world. Jean's next words confirmed Jiang Chen's speculations. 2 hours ago, the United Nations passed a war resolution. 6 F-18 Hornets took off from the UAE military base in the Gulf of Aden, and they also deployed 12 Osprey transport aircrafts. The United Nations approved the NATO's dispatch of troops to Somalia with 3 votes for and 2 against. The Somalia authorities accepted the resolution and expressed their willingness to cooperate with NATO's military operations. Belvedere warlord with the Youth Party leaders all issued statements that the actions of the Somali authorities were shameless betrayals, and would carry this war of resistance to the end. At the same time, the UAE, Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Canada and other countries declared war on the Belvedere warlords and Ethiopia authorized NATO with military passage. Such a rapid response was reminiscent of the 2001 war in Afghanistan. Perhaps it was out of vengeance for allies, perhaps because of the terrifying death rate of the T virus, or perhaps because from the very beginning, it was a war involving all humanity. Any organization that provides shelter for Tanaka will be uprooted, no matter the costs. More than 200,000 troops from both sides were involved. NATO and the Somali government invested 90,000 people in total, while the Belvedere warlord mobilized 150,000. The first round of fire broke out in the northeastern part of the capital, Mogadishu. The battle outcome was obvious. With the support of the UA Djibouti Air Force Base, thousands of warfare missiles nearly paralyzed all the armored units of the Belvedere warlords. The NATO ground forces relied on mechanized armor and cooperated with ground forces to advance toward Belvedere. However, the battle situation was not as easy as the UA imagined. The Belvedere warlords, who were proficient in guerrilla tactics and relying on Toyota pickups and standard 107 rocket launchers, raided the M1A1 main battle tank at close range at an incredible pace. This caused a lot of trouble for the UA armored units and soldiers. At the same time, the Belvedere warlord received messages from his allies. Support from organizations such as Libyan and Al-Qaeda were extremely tenacious in the fight. Perhaps these, indigenous, would eventually lose, but for the war to finish, it may not happen until next month. After putting down the newspaper in his hands, Jiang Chen sighed, and after a few moments of despair, he said to Jean, "Help me to contact Xia Xiu. Prepare 5 billion liquidity assets from the group. I want to acquire Yodo real estate. The economic crisis in Nepal is inevitable." "Okay, Mr. Chairman, but is now the time to consider this?" Jean asked. "You don't understand. Man is an economic creature." Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled, saying something that made the artificial intelligence confused. It was 2 days since he came back. 5 days has passed since the Yodo T virus incident. The sudden approval by the United Nations of NATO's military actions against Belvedere's warlords had muddled the situation in Somalia. However, the key figure, Tanaka, was still missing. The ghost agent analyzed the footage captured by the Sky IX-1 spy satellite and finally determined that on the day of the attack, Tanaka left Somalia on a convoy back to Ethiopian tea gardens. However, because everyone wore headscarves and their facial features were indistinguishable, the investigation couldn't progress. However, at this time, the informant that the ghost agent spent heavily on training in Sabab was once again playing a key role. According to intelligence, Sabab, the youth party, had recently come to start transferring people and equipment to the Mandela region of Kenya. Mandela was located at the junction of Kenya, Ethiopia, and Somalia, where the religious situations were complicated. Next time your informant contacts you, ask him how the brain is grown on their leader's head. Putting the information in his hands on the table, Jiang Chen's brows was no longer twisted together. Penny shrugged, and reported to Jiang Chen in a helpless voice. They believe that as long as they have control of the T virus that is feared by other Western countries, it is equivalent to controlling nuclear weapons and will be able to achieve parity with the mainstream countries of the world and negotiate to achieve their own political aspirations. Therefore, after trading with Tanaka, Sabab, which was originally a marginalized terrorist organization, immediately received the attention and assistance from IS, Al-Qaeda, and Taliban. Until now, they still count on Tanaka to help them win the war. They are dreaming. Jiang Chen groaned. Apart from that, countries will purchase large quantities of antiviral vaccines from Future Biology every month. The poor African people may not be immune to the vaccine. What about us? We are going to kick them so they wake up. After taking a document from the desk, Jiang Chen signed his own name and then tossed it in Penny's arms. Last chance, we only have one chance. Destroy the virus and destroy the Curofune. Jiang Chen stared at her emerald green eyes and said word by word. Jiang Chen's stare was a little suffocating, but her back remained straight. I understand. Then go now. Jiang Chen waved and signaled that Penny could leave. Taking the document from the office, Penny closed the door. The office was empty again. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and rubbed his temples. Jean, do you have any good ideas? Jean's hologram figure surfaced beside him and looked blankly at Jiang Chen. Ask, what is a good idea? Kill Tanaka, said Jiang Chen. Jean was silent for 2 seconds and said. Is it difficult? He is as slippery as a rat, and harder to kill than a cockroach. He could resurrect several times, and we know nothing about it. What does he want? Jean asked. To destroy the world. With one person, how could he destroy the world? The T-virus in his hands, and the Curofune light years away is plotting for him. Then destroy all the viruses and then cut off the contact with the Curofune. Jean's answer was abstract. Destroy all viruses. It was not that simple. What he can do now is to follow behind the trail of the Curofune. Find the drug plant and send the soldiers there. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile, but suddenly, he paused. Wait, destroy the virus. He suddenly thought of an idea. Although somewhat absurd, it seemed feasible. NATO's military operations disrupted the situation in the Somali region. This was bound to have an impact on the mission of celestial trade. On the other hand, the chaotic situation, at the same time, provided the second military operation of celestial trade a chance to take advantage of this mess. On December 31st, the NATO coalition forces exchanged fires with Belvedere warlords on the outskirts of Belvedere. This was the gateway to Belvedere. Belvedere suddenly announced that it would withdraw all checkpoints in the affected area and release thousands of infected people. Condemnation had no meaning. The Ethiopian army suddenly announced its participation in the war. Tanks and infantries crossed the border and took over the garrison in the infected area. Belvedere warlords were facing enemies in the front and back. Their demise was only a matter of tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. At the same time, Garrett, ghost agents, and 12 Celestial Trade Marine Corps soldiers arrived in Kenya along with their equipment. This was Jiang Chen's first visit to Nippon. When he stepped out of the private jet, he could clearly see the depression in Yodo from the scene at the airport. It was hard to imagine that there were only a few people in the giant airport. The convoy waited at the airport gate. Accompanying him was Future Group subsidiary in Nippon and the officials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Nippon. Welcome, Mr. Jiang Chen, I'm Takagi, nice to meet you. Once served as ambassador of Hua, Takagi was very fluent in Han, and had a respectful attitude toward Jiang Chen. However, the Nippon people were always respectful to everyone. Jiang Chen couldn't tell whether he meant it or not. Hello, Mr. Takagi. Jiang Chen shook his hand courteously. After some small talks, Jiang Chen learned his identity. This guy came from a surprisingly powerful background. He was actually the deputy minister of the Ministry of Economy and Trade. Sitting on the sedan sent by the subsidiary, Takagi got in alone too. He chatted with Jiang Chen while exploring the meaning of Jiang Chen's visit. Mr. Jiang Chen, forgive me for being straightforward. The situation in Yodo is very chaotic. It is not the best time for a sightseeing trip. Mr. Takagi is a comical guy. Jiang Chen avoided answering the question, but laughed and diverted the subject. I wonder what are some good places to visit. Takagi took a moment to process as he was stunned but quickly returned to normal and smiled. If you plan to go sightseeing, I recommend Mount Fuji. Of course, Jiang Chen did not plan to sightsee. As Takagi said, there were no scenic views of Nippon at this time. There were few vehicles on the streets. Other than the traffic lights, Jiang Chen's car didn't stop at all. There were very few pedestrians on both sides of the street. Even if someone was passing by, they were in a hurry. Although this T-virus leak occurred only in Shinagawa, it destroyed the order in Yodo. Thousands of companies filed for bankruptcy protection overnight and hundreds of thousands of people lost their jobs. The Nippon Prime Minister announced last night that the country was in a state of emergency. Citizens who lacked food and household items needed to go to a designated place to collect rations. All the people in Nippon were surprised to find that their Prime Minister, who was flourishing in the international political scene, had his hair turn white overnight. Not only did the citizens of Yodo suffer, but the quality of life of the people in other parts of Nippon also fell significantly. The tourism, real estate, and retail sectors bore the brunt of the devastating blow and spread the economic crisis to other areas. However, the most serious loss was not among those industries, but the currency itself. Some time ago the Prime Minister was pushing for a monetary quantitative easing policy which already caused the exchange rate of the yen against the dollar to fall to 134:1. Although it has improved in 2017, it has never returned to 2014 levels. Before the outbreak of the virus, the international exchange rate of $1 was about 106 yen. After the outbreak of the T-virus, the exchange rate became 1:532. Feel this five-fold drop. Tanaka's T-virus made Japan's wealthy class become the middle class overnight, the middle class become the working class, and the working class become refugees on the streets. Just yesterday, the Future Group injected $5.2 billion in its subsidiary account in Yodo to prepare for the acquisition of small and medium-sized enterprises on the verge of bankruptcy in Nippon, as well as land, real estate, and skyscrapers that had been devalued euro for Jiang Chen's arrival. Nippon politicians and entrepreneurs were both happy and worried. The good news during the country's monetary and financial system collapsing was that a foreign investor was willing to enter the market at this moment and inject vitality into this shaky economy. However, what they were afraid of was that Jiang Chen did not come to save their economy but to take money away from them. After getting off the car, Jiang Chen and Takagi bid farewell and entered the company building under the guidance of CEO Ren Pengfei. Future Group Nippon subsidiary was located in Shibuya. Because many high-tech companies gathered there, Shibuya was also known as the Nippon Silicon Valley. Although close to Shinagawa, which was quarantined, the group's business had not been greatly affected. However, it could be predicted that, in the future, for a long period of time, Future Group's business in Japan will experience negative growth. Other than Future Biology's vaccines. Mr. Chairman, I have already booked a room for you at the Hilton Hotel. Do I need to take you to the hotel first? Ren Pengfei asked respectfully. No, I didn't intend to live in a hotel. Jiang Chen shook his head. Ren Pengfei was confused. Not living in the hotel? Are you going to sleep in the company? But there is no bed in the company. Contact me the most famous real estate holders in Yodo. Yamato Housing Construction and Mitsui Real Estate are the two largest real estate companies in Yodo. Which is the most extensive in Yodo? It should be Yamato Housing Construction, Ren Pengfei replied after thinking for a moment. Jiang Chen nodded. Then that one it is. Contact Yamato for me first. I'm going to buy a couple of suites. A few to start. Ren Pengfei was immediately shocked by how decisive Jiang Chen was. But when he thought of Wall Street's assessment of Jiang Chen's assets, he no longer thought it was a big deal as he nodded. Yes. After Ren Pengfei went out, Jiang Chen sat directly on his office chair and looked at the layout of the office. The decor of birch wood was not particularly bright, but it looked very comfortable. The floor-to-ceiling windows behind could directly overlook the streetscape of Shibuya's most bustling district and the lighting was also excellent. Jiang Chen originally intended to buy an even better skyscraper for the company's subsidiary company. However, it seems that this was not necessary. It didn't take long for Ren Pengfei to come back with a shrewd-looking middle-aged man. Before Jiang Chen said anything, the man introduced himself courteously. I am Koizumi, the general manager of Yamato Housing Construction. I did not expect to see you, Mr. Jiang Chen, here. It is my honor. No need for flattering words. I'm Jiang Chen and I plan to purchase some real estate in Yodo. Does your company have any good listings you would recommend? Jiang Chen got straight into the topic. Koizumi did not feel dissatisfied with Jiang Chen interrupting him. When he heard Jiang Chen's words, his eyes almost smiled. Of course, we have the most comprehensive listing available. Not only that, if Mr. Jiang Chen likes an estate we don't currently own, we can also act as an intermediary for buying houses. Whether luxury, location, or price, will ensure your satisfaction. If Mr. Jiang is willing to pay in US dollar, we can also offer you a discount. Koizumi did indeed do what he said. Yamato housing construction listings really made Jiang Chen extremely satisfied. A 2,000 square meter mansion with a beautiful environment and its own garden. It was located on the outskirts of Yodo that overlooked the bay. The most critical element was that it stayed away from the noise in the urban areas. A great place to do scandalous things without anyone knowing. However, the only regret was that. How much for Mount Fuji? What? Are you not providing intermediary services? Minister Takagi recommended to me the scenery of Mount Fuji. I plan to buy it, Jiang Chen said in a semi-joking tone. Oh, I'm sorry, Mount Fuji has no property owner. It is not for sale. If Mr. Jiang is interested, we recommend this golf course at the foot of Mount Fuji. It has its own resort and entertainment facilities and can be converted into a private villa. Koizumi felt exasperated. That's regrettable. What about the golf course? How much is it? 5.2 billion yen. If you pay in US dollar, we can get a discount for you here. It will only cost 9.5 million US dollars. When Koizumi said this, his heart was bleeding. If it were 1 month ago, the 18-hole golf course was almost 5 billion yen, and back then, the 5 billion yen, according to the exchange rate, was equivalent to 47.5 million US dollar. However, there was no other solution since the banks no longer lent money. In order to turn around the capital of Yamato housing construction, what he could do was to collect as much US dollar as possible, and reduce the losses that the yen's depreciation had on the company's asset. No problem, let's buy them together. Jiang Chen waved his hand and bought it like he was buying a cabbage. He directly dropped the golf course into the shopping cart. He didn't know how to play golf. It didn't matter, he could always learn. If he didn't manage to learn, it would be a good place to show off. Or he could just sell it for more than that 10 years later. In short, with the current exchange rate of the yen, there would be no loss for buying anything here. Since he bought his villa and purchased a golf course, Jiang Chen simply took the chance of the big yen discount, picked up another thick booklet provided by Koizumi, and continued to sweep the market. This booklet was marked with real estate not owned by Yamato Housing Construction. Instead, the major household owners entrusted Yamato Housing Construction as an intermediary for its sale. Koizumi would not bother Jiang Chen with the small apartment buildings built. All the assets registered on the booklet were real estate with prices of more than 5 million US dollar. Even after being screened, the T-virus and domestic pessimism has affected the number of registered properties for sale and caused a massive amount of listings. Everyone wanted to flee the city, whether foreigners or locals. Even if future biology improved their vaccines, they would not be able to curb the panic in the hearts of people. Especially due to the rumors of mosquitoes and flies carrying viruses, and even stray dogs being sources of secondary infections. Even if the official media repeatedly stated that both the T and TT viruses had a very short survival time and cannot be carried by other organisms, they still could not stop the spread of rumors. Shibuya 109 building. The heart of fashion. Only 60 million US dollars. Buy it. Shibuya Modi. Yodo's new landmark, the center for the entertainment business. This price is quite cheap, now mine. Shinjuku Commercial Street. Akihabara. Newly developed mansion area in Minato City. Anyway, they are now all the price of cabbages. Buy, buy, buy. As long as they were in the hands of Yamato Housing Construction, Jiang Chen bought all the assets he wanted. However, he did not use the money of Future Group but used the money in his own private account. $13 billion were thrown out and almost half of Yodo was bought out. Of course, these real estates could not be developed by Jiang Chen himself, and he didn't have that energy either. He'll hire several professional managers to set up a real estate leasing company. Wouldn't it be a great business to just accept rent from people? It was not until the evening did Jiang Chen finish all his transactions. With a huge sum of $11 billion brought back to the company, Koizumi did not know whether he should be crying or laughing. Laughing that the agency fees amounted to hundreds of millions of dollars. Crying that even this billion-dollar big deal would not make up for the losses Yamato Housing Construction had in the past few days. However, in the short term, Tokyo's housing prices would still be unable to escape the curse of continual decline, and it was great to offload these properties earlier. Regardless of Koizumi's thoughts, Jiang Chen was very satisfied with the result. The sky was getting dark and it was already time to get off work. Recently, the public security in Yodo had been poor at night. The company cancelled all night shifts and Jiang Chen did bother them longer and separated with Ren Pengfei. After requisitioning the company's 2 Mercedes, he left Shibuya with several celestial trade bodyguards. The security was terrible, but the road conditions were excellent. An hour's drive, Jiang Chen arrived at his newly bought mansion. According to Koizumi's suggestion, this mansion was usually staffed with care professionals and can be accommodated after the transfer. At the same time, the servant's employment contract would also be transferred to the owner. Parked in the garage, celestial trade bodyguards consciously went to all corners of the mansion and arranged cameras, sensors and other security devices. Although there were only 6 of them, the strength of celestial trade bodyguards was absolutely top of the crop among security companies with the aid of high-tech equipment. When he opened the door, he saw a beautiful maid in a black and white British maid outfit. She was kneeling at the entrance with a dignified smile on her face. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally understood when Koizumi bid farewell, the smile he had that all men would understand. Buy a mansion and get a maid? Too corrupt. With a disheartened mood, Jiang Chen resisted the urge to criticize the wealthy class of Nippon. Instead, told the maid to go and make him 2 cups of black tea, and bring it to the bedroom. The tea was quickly made and placed on the nightstand. Jiang Chen ignored the misunderstanding of the maid's flushed face and didn't touch her. He simply waved her to go back to her room and then told her to close the bedroom door in her puzzled expression. The air in the bedroom wavered slightly. Aisha, who ended the optical illusion, appeared beside Jiang Chen and looked at him with the same puzzled gaze. The eyes seemed to be asking, "Why didn't you eat the little rabbit that was in front of you?" "I don't have the energy to do that." "No, am I like that?" Jiang Chen glared at Aisha and then sat beside her. "Was there someone following us along the way?" Aisha shook her head. "Is that so?" Jiang Chen sighed. "It isn't that easy after all. I hope it's because of Tanaka's caution and not that I guessed wrong." While thinking, Jiang Chen lied on the bed. Aisha leaned over and lied on Jiang Chen's body like a kitten and looked at him with her sapphire eyes. "Do you want to sleep?" However, the big eyes revealed her innermost thoughts. "Are we not going to do anything?" Staring at the tenderness in her eyes, Jiang Chen felt that a certain string in his heart was gently tugged on. Well, he couldn't resist any longer. "Aisha, go and turn off the lights, and shut the curtains." "Aha." Early morning, when the first ray of sunshine sneaked into the curtains, Jiang Chen opened his eyes and spent a moment in bed. Aisha, lying next to him, has disappeared. The plan needed her to hide in the dark, so she could not live with Jiang Chen, but had to lurk nearby. Jiang Chen could see her location on the map of his EP, but he did not open the map. Instincts told him that she was not in the mansion now. Since awakening the power of the 2nd level of genetic code, Jiang Chen had found that he has become more and more sensitive to human sense. Perhaps it was more appropriate to call it intuition. Intuition now told him that Tanaka has already noticed him, but was hesitant on whether he should be approached. The maid brought the breakfast to the table and gently knocked at the door of the bedroom to remind Jiang Chen it was time to get up for breakfast. After climbing out of bed, Jiang Chen took clothes from the hangers and went to the bathroom to wash up. Then he headed straight to the dining room. On the table was a slice of bread, fried eggs, and a cup of coffee. He took a bite of the honey-coated bread and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, the color and smell were both excellent. Looking at the maid standing beside him, Jiang Chen could not help but sigh in his heart. This is too corrupt. The damn wealthy class. The maid respectfully placed the newspaper on the table and then stood aside. How long have you been working here? Jiang Chen asked casually. This is my first day. People who could afford luxury homes in the 10 billion yen range were, in fact, powerful people. Although the country's adult film industry was flourishing, many wealthy individuals in the country are unexpectedly clean. After all, things that are rare are more valuable. Yamato Housing Construction naturally would not provide inferior service to important clients. I haven't asked for your name yet. You can call me Qian Xia, Qian Xia said with a smile. You don't look good, are you still studying? I'm studying education at Waseda University and studied 3 foreign languages, Chinese, English, and Korean. It was no wonder her Chinese was so fluent. Waseda University? You're a great student. Not at all. Education belongs to the lower school department and is often referred to as a second-rate degree. Qian Xia politely joked. Are you planning to be a teacher? Jiang Chen smiled. Qian Xia shook her head. I used to think about it, but sure enough, I'm not very good at it. The salary of a teacher was much lower than the salary of a maid. The monthly salary of 2 million yen was simply an unimaginable huge sum for her a few months ago. We must know that the average salary in Nippon was about 200,000 yen. Even her professor made only 500,000 yen. Although this job had an escort nature, the relatively simple nature and the disproportionate income made the flaw not worth mentioning. And if there really is a relationship with the owner, it would change her life. Do you not go to class? After the Shinagawa virus incident, the school suspended classes. That is really sad news. Jiang Chen's face had no sad expression on it when he said it. A dozen people from our school died. I feel like tragedy is occurring around me. It is too terrifying. From Qian Xia's expression, Jiang Chen could read her sorrow. Perhaps among the dozen or so people who were killed there were those she knew, and perhaps even her friends. Jiang Chen sighed and whispered. Look on the bright side. The films always told us that the villain will eventually be punished. Well, I hope. That smile was dignified, but Jiang Chen could see the haze behind the brightness. After breakfast, the maid brought the plate into the kitchen. Jiang Chen sipped on the coffee and picked up the newspaper. The habit of reading newspapers was developed a long time ago. As he always traveled between 2 worlds, in order to stay in touch with the world on this side, it was still necessary to know current affairs. Future Group President spent $11 billion bargain hunting Yodo real estate. This news was published in a Nippon newspaper. Sure enough, people in Yamato wouldn't miss this opportunity to build momentum. While everyone lacked optimism about the economy, Future Group swept Yodo real estate, which would undoubtedly help boost investors' confidence. T. Nobody was willing to live with the living dead. Tanaka hadn't been caught yet. The T-virus may erupt for the second time. Because of the influence of T-virus, housing prices in Yodo, in particular, had already fallen to the bottom, as they did during the economic crisis in the 1990s. The housing prices in Shinagawa district. Not mentioning the house, many household owners were gone, and the house could only be taken over by the Yodo municipal government. Why did Jiang Chen dare to buy at the bottom? It was only because he knew that the Kurofune would not last long. UA's economic analysts said that due to the impact of the virus, the depreciation of the yen, and the collapse of businesses, Yodo's housing price will continue to fall. Right now is not the best time to buy. Well, it seems that investors on Wall Street were ready to buy. Jiang Chen rejoiced that he came early, or else others would have taken advantage of the situation. Not only Yodo's real estate, but also the Nippon high-tech companies that were on the verge of bankruptcy, Future Group planned to acquire them all. It must be admitted that Nippon companies do have a strong ability in the electronics industry. Such as medical care, energy, robots, cameras, displays, optical components, these technologies were even more advanced than the Silicon Valley. The most crucial point was that these technologies were a perfect fit for Future Group. He had a press conference in a bit on Future Technologies' acquisition of 3 Nippon electronics companies. The companies would cooperate with Future Heavy Industries to enter the mobile phone industry. At the same time, he would also act as a spokesperson for Future Technology and explain the privatization and reorganization of assets to shareholders of these 3 listed companies at the meeting. At the same time, Jiang Chen felt the watch on his left wrist vibrate. He glanced at the direction of the kitchen. He didn't call out Jean's holographic image but only opened the voice function. Jean immediately said. They succeeded. Garrett? Yes. The Kenyan drug factory has been destroyed and a total of 214 armed militants were killed. About 1.7 tons of virus stock and 50 tons of raw materials were destroyed. Although the Kenyan military was alerted, our combat units did not expose their identity and successfully evacuated from Kenya. Excellent. Jiang Chen nodded and only said the one word. It was over half of Kurofune's inventory. Tanaka tried to hide the Kurofune behind terrorism, use terrorism to send the T-virus to the world and realize Kurofune's doomsday plan. From now on, celestial trade will use dominating actions to suppress them, force them to come out of their rat holes, and stand in front of him. It was almost time. Putting the newspaper aside, Jiang Chen drank the rest of the coffee in one breath and walked to the door. Hearing the sound at the entrance, Qian Xia came out of the kitchen. Is master ready to go? Yes. Putting on his shoes at the door, Jiang Chen stood by the mirror and fixed his collar. About when will you come back? I'll prepare lunch. Qian Xia smiled. Around this evening. Right, do you have your own place in Yodo? There is a small apartment that I have rented for a year, but I haven't gone back for a long time. Go live at your place today. Did I do a bad job? Qian Xia lowered her head and said sadly. When Jiang opened the door, he turned his head and smiled. No, just go tonight. I may have something to do. There was a burst of applause from the audience, but the faces of the original shareholders of the 3 acquired companies were not smiling. Even if Future Group offered a good deal and took over their mess, it still couldn't make up for the losses they suffered during the virus incident. The reporter's response was more positive and he asked Jiang Chen all sorts of questions. What kinds of products will be introduced by Future Technology? What will the amazing features of this product be? When will you get married? These reporters always plugged in irrelevant questions in serious situations. In short, the press conference ended successfully, and it was now late. Surrounded by bodyguards, Jiang Chen walked out of the venue and entered the Mercedes. Boss, where are we going now? The driver started the car and turned to Jiang Chen. Go home. Okay. The driver nodded and skillfully turned the steering wheel. 2 Mercedes in the front and back guarded Jiang Chen's car in the middle. Although the bodyguards in the car were dressed in suits, they were all equipped with kinetic skeleton underneath. Even without guns, their combat abilities could compare to a 6-man infantry squad. With such a powerful force, Jiang Chen even wondered whether Tanaka was afraid since his bodyguards were too strong. After thinking about it, he shook his head and dismissed the idea. News of him in Nippon had spread. With Tanaka's madness and his threat to the Kurofune, he would never pass on this opportunity. In Xian, which was absolutely controlled by celestial trade, the Kurofune had no opportunities at all. In the car, he suddenly got a call from Xia Shiyu. How did the acquisition go? It went smoothly. The CEO of the subsidiary handled it for me. I felt that I wasn't useful at all and was just a mascot at the press conference. Jiang Chen revealed a helpless expression as he spoke with a sly tone. Hearing Jiang Chen's unserious voice, Xia Shiyu sighed and began to lecture him. So I told you that there's absolutely no need for you to be there in person. Now that the situation in Napon isn't so peaceful, you're in a dangerous position as the group's president. If any incidents happen, there isn't even a successor in place. Why don't you help me? Somehow, this joke shouldn't have been blurted out of his mouth. Jiang Chen himself was stunned. Just as he was prepared to explain himself, the call was disconnected. It was just a joke, there's no need to hang up on me. Jiang Chen muttered, hesitated, and ultimately decided not to call back. He stuffed the phone in his pocket and closed his eyes to rest them. At the same moment, thousands of kilometers away, the hand holding the phone trembled unceasingly, and Xia Shiyu's face was red. Her original serious expression vanished. The phone slid onto her folder. Without any indications, she suddenly buried her entire red face into her arms. Obviously it was just a joke. Why did I react in such a dramatic way? Why did I hang up the phone? Doesn't that make it look like I took it seriously? What a shame. Will he think that I... why do I care about what he thinks? I'm so mad. It must be said that women thought much more than men to the point where they would even confuse themselves. Unaware of the confusion Xia Shiyu was in, Jiang Chen was sinking into his seat to rest. He didn't linger on the incident at all. As the car gradually left the city, the bustling high-rise buildings receded and were replaced with lush green trees and harmonious dwellings. Jiang Chen looked at the GPS. They were a few kilometers away from the mansions. The sky had turned completely dark. There were street lights on the roadside with only a few souls on the road. Because of the chaos caused by the economic depression and collapse of order, the entire city of Yodo wasn't safe. With that in mind, he couldn't help thinking about the little maid he just received who he asked to return to her apartment. Hopefully, she wouldn't encounter any danger. Suddenly, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. The feeling became stronger and stronger as if there were something staring at him in the distance. Here. Jiang Chen murmured to himself and put his hand into his pocket. Feeling a dense metal object, his hand gripped the pistol. At the same time, Aisha's voice came from a miniature headset hidden in his ear. 300 meters in front, there are a lot of heat sources in the groves. Roadblocks are set up in the middle of the road. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. How many people? 57. 57. Even though he was wanted by the world, the Kurofun was still able to mobilize so many believers in the outskirts of Yodo. This was contrary to Jiang Chen's expectations. He thought Tanaka would be discreet and play tricks, but he was open and stood in front of him. Where are you now? In the Mansione Euro. Wait, the situation is a bit odd. There's only one person. The others are all not far from the streetlights. There were shadowy figures, blank eyes, and dangling hands. Jiang Chen knew what those were too well. They were zombies. Without hesitating, Jiang Chen immediately ordered the driver. Stop. The three cars stopped and the celestial trade bodyguards obviously noticed something was wrong. 6 people, including the driver, immediately stepped out of the car and kept Jiang Chen's car in the middle. Although there were 50-something zombies against them and there were only 6 sticks on their side, no one showed any fear. No matter if it was the T-virus or TT virus, it made no difference to those who were injected by vaccines. Unable to be infected through bites, the threat of zombies was greatly diminished. The door opened again and Jiang Chen stepped out. President, it is dangerous outside. Please remain in the car. The bodyguard standing in the front row saw Jiang Chen getting out and whispered. No, staying in the car is more dangerous. Jiang Chen said emotionlessly. He walked to the front and stood in front of Tanaka, tens of meters away. We meet again. Yeah, last time we met was last year, Tanaka said with a smile. It was the year before last. It was 2018 years ago. Looking at Tanaka's composed expression, Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. As the saying goes, best 2 out of 3. We tied during the previous 2 matches. This is the final match, so shouldn't we decide a winner? I agree. Tanaka smiled. So, are you prepared to fight me with these 56 zombies? Jiang Chen put his hand in his pocket. Of course. Don't underestimate them. Tanaka smiled and opened his hands. They're the manifestation of science. Instantly, the blank pupils turned red. As if driven by some kind of force, the muscles of these zombie bodies suddenly looked like boiling water. With explosive roars, they began to swell. The sallow skin quickly turned into a petrifying green, and the weak limbs instantly expanded into huge muscles unscientifically. A low bloodthirsty, demonic roar echoed between the trees on both sides of the road. On this highway without a soul, the mutant zombies howled and rushed in their direction, and leaped toward Jiang Chen. 6 sticks were taken out as they ran to the zombies without fear. Come closer. Prepare to engage. Watching those mutated zombies that were obviously difficult to deal with, the bodyguard captain's head felt numb. However, thinking that the president was standing behind him, he decided to give it his all. He shouted, took on a defensive posture, and gestured his comrades to move closer to him. Since they were at a numerical disadvantage, it was most secure to gather together. The 6 bodyguards guarding Jiang Chen retreated to a car and formed a C formation, exposing their kinetic skeletons and preparing to fight with zombies. However, right then, Jiang Chen patted the shoulder of the bodyguard's head and motioned for him to move. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was drowned out by the corpse tide, Tanaka raised his head and cackled. Ha ha ha, although I assumed you were trying to lure me out, you think only 6 bodyguards can get rid of me? You're too arrogant. Don't feel sad. Before you die, give names to my servants. Before the start of the operation, he had already sent messages to the Curofune through Klein particles, interfered with the particle movement of Klein particles, and blocked Jiang Chen's door to the apocalypse. Although Jiang Chen had a lot of good tools on his body, even if he took out his power armor at that very moment, he wouldn't have the opportunity to put it on. If Jiang Chen died, the mission of Curofune could end too. They maintained a steady pace of scientific and technological development. It was absolutely impossible for human civilization to defeat the Curofune on the day of the showdown. No one could stop the evolution to harmony. Suddenly, there was a flash of light around the corpses, and a breeze blew past Tanaka's face. A tingling sensation came from Tanaka's cheeks, but no blood dripped. The high temperature allowed the wound to instantly scab over. Tanaka's triangular eyes shrunk slightly. The zombies originally surrounding Jiang Chen were blown away, 17 zombies immediately collapsed. Jiang Chen, who was standing behind the hole, held a laser sword in his hand. The long sword cast a light blue sheen. The light was gentle, but it was also dangerous. It seems you have a lot of good stuff. Tanaka looked a bit sterner. That's right. The laser sword flickered in Jiang Chen's hands, directed at the group of zombies. And far more than you can see. The death of their companions didn't make the remaining living dead afraid. They still ran fearlessly toward Jiang Chen. However, they hadn't come into contact with Jiang Chen before they crashed into a wall. A wall made of guns and bullets. Like a hurricane, the rain-like bullets shredded the remaining 30 zombies into pieces in a flash. Like ghosts appearing out of nowhere, black warriors armed with Ripper assault rifles emerged in front of Jiang Chen. The bodyguards next to Jiang Chen were completely stunned. Originally, they thought it would be a hard battle. They didn't expect that they weren't needed at all. Although they heard about the advanced technology in the company, laser swords, and optical invisibility only appeared in sci-fi blockbusters, they didn't expect to see it in reality. There were broken limbs on the ground, black blood stained the streets. Tanaka opened his mouth, which eventually turned into a helpless sigh. I originally thought that more than 50 mutated zombies were enough to finish you. I didn't expect that I was the careless one. Not only can you actively induce zombies to mutate, but you can also order the zombies to act as slaves. You've also surpassed my expectations. Jiang Chen put away his laser sword and spoke expressionlessly. Yeah, the first one was correct. The second one was wrong. Tanaka chuckled. Even I can't order the zombies, I can only make them treat me like their own kind. On the entire road, there were only Tanaka, Jiang Chen, the ghost agents, and the 6 bodyguards. There was no need to order the zombies at all. It was only necessary to strengthen their senses and athleticism to the point where they could detect Jiang Chen, then they would instinctively pounce at him and shred the living into pieces. Where did the zombies come from? There was a small village close by, but it took me a lot of effort to get these zombies to come here, Tanaka said with a smile and touched his hat brim with one of his hands. It's really unfortunate that I played all my cards. We have to decide the winner next time. Jiang Chen grinned, looked into his eyes and muttered to himself. My thought process has been wrong the whole time. Tanaka stopped what he was doing and examined Jiang Chen with intrigue. Oh. Do you have some interesting insights you're planning to share with me? Jiang Chen didn't speak but looked back at the bodyguards behind him. Wait for me at the mansion. There are only 3 kilometers left, leave me a car. I can go back by myself. But. That's an order, Jiang Chen said affirmatively. Yes. The bodyguard captain gritted his teeth and waved at the bodyguards behind him. The 6 bodyguards put away their sticks and got into their cars. The 2 cars bypassed the roadblock in the middle of the road and headed towards the mansion. You can leave now too. After the bodyguards left, Jiang Chen looked down at his watch then spoke to the 4 ghost agents in front of him. Roger that. Without any nonsense, the 4 ghost agents nodded and disappeared from the road. The irrelevant people had all left, leaving only 2 people on the road. Jiang Chen looked at Tanaka and said, not necessarily an insight. It's just some random inspiration and I realized something interesting. Everyone who has seen you thinks you're one person. But is that true? Keeping his fingers on his brim, Tanaka was still smiling. Of course I'm one person. What else could I be? A lot of people. Tanaka's expression finally changed, and his smiling eyes gradually turned vicious. His expression was akin to the last card of a gambler being uncovered. Although this slight change was imperceptible under the dim light of the street, the sensory-enhanced Jiang Chen still acutely noticed this change. A light bulb flickered and silence persisted on the road for a moment before Tanaka slowly said, so what? Yeah, so what? Jiang Chen sighed. You've heard of cloud computing? Tanaka's pupils looked anxious. All programs are run on the server side, and ultimately, the server compresses the computation results and transmits them to users over the network. This allows users to use a low-end computer and enjoy high-end services. The premise is that the network must be open. So, are you planning to educate me on computers? Tanaka quietly said. Of course not. Jiang Chen opened his hands and put away his laser sword. If my guess is right, you can take off your hat now. Tanaka took off his hat. The flat cap fell to the ground. However, things were contrary to his expectations. His consciousness didn't leave him, everything in front of him was still visible. It was as if a virtual reality player suddenly found himself unable to log out of the game. His pupils contracted in disbelief, and Tanaka's calm expression turned into panic. This is impossible. Impossible. The Kurofune didn't respond to his request. Satisfied with the expression on Tanaka's face, Jiang Chen's mouth finally showed a glimmer of victory. It seems that I've bet correctly. Your so-called rebirth is based on a special kind of cloud computing. Through a server, a few light years away, User A's memory and thoughts were transplanted to User B. How could they know when to rebirth you a few light years away? Why don't we make a bold assumption, the hat on your head and your own signal of life is the switch of rebirth? From the quiver of Tanaka's face, Jiang Chen confirmed his conjecture. The next step will be easier. Klein particles can interfere with each other. Since you could prevent me from communicating with the gate through interference and thus prevent me from starting interdimensional travel, then I can also stop the communication between you and the Kurofune. You didn't know that when Garrett killed you in Kenya's military operations, you used the ability to rebirth and switched consciousness to this body in Japan. I recorded your communications band then. On Earth, only the two of us know how to communicate correctly using Klein particles. Maybe I can't analyze the content of your communications with the Kurofune, but your voice is as pronounced as if you were screaming in an open valley. As long as the communication band is recorded, it is easy to interfere with communication. It's only necessary to constantly stimulate the vibrations of the Klein particles at a specific frequency. And you know, I can go to another world. There are crystals with rich Klein particles beyond imagination. It's not safe to use Klein particles as a means of communication. Am I right? Cold sweat rolled down from Tanaka's forehead, and he moved back slightly. This was the first time he felt fear since he acquired the ability to rebirth from the Kurofune. If he took off his hat before he died, he would be able to rebirth into another body. No matter how he died, he would never truly die. He wouldn't even experience pain during the moment of death because rebirth happened in an instant. Do you think you can run? Jiang Chen looked at his footsteps shuffling back, and a mocking smile appeared. There was a flash of ferocity in his eyes. Tanaka took out a pistol from his pocket and pointed it at Jiang Chen. Bang! The gunfire resonated on the desolate highway. The bullet, however, seemed to hit a wall and was blown away by the air released. Nitrogen armor. As you can see, I have a lot of good stuff. Jiang Chen sighed. Tanaka immediately pointed the gun at himself. His rebirth ability had double insurance. The communication interference couldn't continue forever. Even if there was a momentary lapse, as long as the Kurofune detected that he was dead, he could wake up in another body. However, before he could point to himself, his hand was clamped by a hand from behind. A sharp pain from his back numbed his body quickly. Beautiful. Jiang Chen walked in front of Tanaka. He smiled and nodded to Aisha standing behind him, then picked up the cap from the ground, patted the dust away, and put it on Tanaka's head again. I haven't thought about a good way to kill you. So, you'll have to stay alive now. Wearing this pesky hat, quietly lying in the underground facilities of New Moon Island for the rest of his life. Oh, I didn't expect I would reach doomsday before you. Sweat fell from his forehead, and Tanaka stared straight into Jiang Chen's eyes. The voice squeezed out of his throat had a self-deprecating tone to it. It's a very ironic ending. His black pupils seemed to contract as if he regained his life. As he struggled, he squeezed out a sentence, "Don't be too happy. I will wait for you at doomsday." "Let me reassure you, that day will never come," Jiang Chen whispered before Tanaka's pupils dilated. "Because I am here." After injecting an anesthetic every 12 hours, Tanaka would always remain in a coma and was sent to the underground facility of New Moon Island. There, he will wear his hat, lie in the virtual reality training cabin, be imprisoned forever in the absurd virtual world, and accept spiritual torture. He'll never be able to die, never be able to take off his hat, and never be able to get in touch with the Kurofune until his death. Perhaps this was more miserable than death itself. At the same time, Celestial Trade contacted the President of Kenya and reported details of the military operations in the Mandela region to the Kenyan authorities. At the outset, the expression of Kenya's presidents after knowing the incident was outrage because the soldiers of Celestial Trade not only landed in Kenya without authorization, but also took out 214 Sabab militants. Even if the target of the attack was terrorists, who gave them the power to enforce the law. It was a direct slap in the face to the Kenyan government if the event was made public. Fortunately, there were no civilian casualties. However, when the celestial trade battle footage and evidence of the destruction of 1.7 tons of virus stock and 50 tons of virus raw material were placed on the Kenyan president's desk, not a peep came out of the Kenyan president. 1.7 tons of TT virus, if spread throughout Kenya, would be enough to turn Kenya into an uninhabitable zone. The president of Kenya and Jiang Chen talked on the phone. After a short 5-minute exchange, the whole incident became like this. Yesterday, under the authority of the Kenyan government, the Celestial Trade Marines launched an operation in Kenya's Mandela city near the Somali border. After a total of 12 Marine Corps soldiers parachuted the area, under the cooperation of the Kenyan military police, a total of 214 Sabab armed militants were killed, and the terrorist organization based in Mandela was completely eliminated. In the Sabab base, the Celestial Trade soldiers destroyed a total of 1.7 tons of TT virus stock and 50 tons of raw materials for the production of the virus. During this large-scale drug war campaign, Tanaka, the culprit of the Yodo virus incident, was killed on the spot. Celestial Trade declined to disclose the name of the hero who killed Tanaka. A capital spokesman said that the discovery of celestial trade in the Sabab stronghold confirms the necessity and rationality of NATO's military operations in Somalia. And he reiterated that terrorist organizations must not be allowed to obtain the T virus. Tanaka is dead, at least in name. The fewer people that know he is alive the better. If other countries knew that Tanaka was not actually dead, but was merely detained by Jiang Chen in the underground facilities of New Moon Island, the situation may get pleasant. Of course, they will never know. In the morning, Jiang Chen sat in the dining room and watched the news on the TV. The breakfast on the table was simple. A glass of milk and a bowl of fried rice. Chen Xia was not at the mansion last night, and Aisha rushed to Xian to smuggle Tanaka overnight. Jiang Chen was not interested in eating the meals prepared by the 6 men outside, so he could cook himself. It was his first time cooking in a long time. He prepared himself a bowl of fried rice and also creatively added some exotic products from the apocalypse, such as delicious mud crab sauce, edible lizard meat. However, the reality was cruel. Deliciousness was simply 1 + 1 = 2. Although the fried rice was not inedible, it was not the best either. Recalling the period of working in Wanghai 3 years ago, Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. It was a waste of his good cooking. When he was reminiscent, he completely forgot his only good dish was tomato fried eggs. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Chen rested for a moment on the sofa and looked at the beautiful decorations in the room. Did the Kurofune just collapse like that? To be honest, there was a kind of relief in his heart. The Kurofune was like a tumor on the back of civilization. The T virus it produced was corrupting the civilization. It makes all the order shaky. He didn't want the world to become an apocalypse too, even if none of the country gave him a welcoming feeling. Fortunately, before the situation got worse, he ended it all. Someone knocked on the door and Jiang Chen got up to open it. There were 2 policemen at the door, a man and a woman. No matter from their expressions or movements, they were very restrained. This may be because they knew Jiang Chen's identity, or perhaps because of the muscular bodyguards on the side. The older-looking police officer opened his mouth and asked in non-standard English. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm the police officer of the Yodo Police Department. Please cooperate with us. Do I need to go to the police station with you?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile. No, we just want to learn a few things from you. Did you find a suspicious person near the mansion yesterday? The old policeman asked. You can ask my bodyguards. They may be more concerned with what happened outside than I am. Jiang Chen shrugged and smiled. Tanaka had said that he obtained the raw material of the zombies from the village near the outskirts of Yodo. The entire village was missing, not to mention traces of the T-virus in the village. It was impossible not to alarm the local police. However, Jiang Chen cleaned the road spotless. All the bodies were thrown into the apocalypse, and blood dissolver was poured on the highway. Even if Detective Conan arrived, he would not be able to find the direct link between the villagers' disappearance and Tanaka, and the indirect connection with Jiang Chen. Including the Yodo Police Department, they did not list Jiang Chen as a suspect at all. Someone like Jiang Chen, with his level of entrepreneurship, if he really wanted to engage in this kind of detrimental activity, did he need to personally go to Yodo for this? I see, I'm really sorry to bother you. The old policeman bowed and was ready to leave. However, at that time, the policewoman stepped forward a half step, glanced into the entrance suspiciously, and then looked at Jiang Chen. Is there anyone else in the mansion? Compared to the old police officer, the policewoman's English was much more fluent. She was obviously well educated. There is also a maid. Miss Policewoman, is there a problem? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Where is she? She rents an apartment by herself. Does she go back to the apartment every day? Or is it only today? The woman pursued aggressively. Huh. This chick is pretty clever. Jiang Chen took a moment to process and looked at the policewoman intriguingly. What is your name? Kwai, Mr. Jiang, please don't avoid my question. Kwai reported her name, watched Jiang Chen's eyes, and said word by word. Very good, Miss Kwai, I noticed that you are using an interrogative tone. What you mean is that a criminal case occurred on your side and I am the subject of your suspicion. Jiang Chen retorted. Jiang Chen was very cautious with his diction, he used criminal case instead of the T-virus incident. If he became Tanaka's scapegoat, it would be comical. To be honest, this female policeman was quite beautiful. Her nose is very delicate, and her forehead was very high, she just had a proud temperament. However, with this police uniform, it felt like a uniform tease. Kwai did not hear holes in Jiang Chen's words, her face carried a hint of disappointment. The old policeman pulled the sleeves of Mississippi Kwai and dragged her behind his back. Then he bowed to Jiang Chen. I'm really sorry, we absolutely do not suspect you. After this, the old police officer forcefully dragged her out of the mansion, disregarding the dissatisfaction on her face. After the police left, the bodyguards walked next to Jiang Chen. What are the arrangements for today? Today, Jiang Chen looked up and gazed at the pristine sky, and the marshmallow-like white clouds. He smiled. Such good weather. It would be simply too wasteful not to enjoy it. Since coming to Nippon, he didn't even get a chance to be corrupt yet. Leaving Jiang Chen's mansion, the two just got in their police car and before they drove far, the old Captain Sakai criticized. Are you crazy? Do you actually suspect that the president of Future Group is the murderer of the missing villager? But it's suspicious, isn't it? Kwai argued. On the day of the incident, he returned home very late. There was a maid in the mansion and she happened to return to her apartment last night. I think what Kwai said makes sense. The police officer who drove interrupted. The old policeman scorned and refuted their opinions. Motivation. A president of a 100 billion company will dirty his hands to do this? Don't forget we just came to understand the situation since the emergence of the T-virus. However, this case will be handed over to the Self-Defense Force investigators to handle. This kind of big case is not under the jurisdiction of our small police station. Reprimanded by his boss, the police officer driving forced a laugh. Senior, you're right. After a pause, the police officer Ito said through the rearview mirror, staring into the eyes of the Kwai. I warned you that you're not allowed to act without authorization. One mistake will result in a diplomatic dispute. It may even cause more serious problems. Consider it carefully. Yes, Kwai dragged out her tone before she looked to the side with her mouth pouted. Although she agreed, the expression on her face was filled with disapproval. What is meant by, a president of a 100 billion company will dirty his hands to do this? It is simply too strange to measure a person's personality with assets. No matter from which point of view, his actions were very suspicious. Taking a deep breath, Kuai looked at the mansion in the rearview mirror and her eyes were filled with determination. Since you don't believe it, then I'll prove it to you. Is it tight? Oh, yes, it's a bit big. Oh, isn't it better to be bigger? No, it's uncomfortable. What about this? Oh, better. Can you go in a little further? No, I can't anymore. Qian Xia pushed her toes a bit further into the boots and put the boots on. Jiang Chen smiled, nodding with satisfaction. This one looks good, just buy this pair. But, this pair of shoes is worth 1 million yen. Is that really okay? Looking at the label, Qian Xia gulped while her eyes flashed with joy. 1 million yen was as equivalent to a year's savings of most Nippon worker. Don't worry, I'm in a good mood today. Jiang Chen smiled, took out his card to pay. The salesperson packed the shoes and handed it to Qian Xia with a polite smile. Qian Xia hugged the box and buried her head shyly, not knowing what to think. However, Jiang Chen didn't notice this. It was only 1 million yen, nothing to sweat over. What's more, the yen was now as cheaper as a piece of paper. With the local Qian Xia acting as the guide, Jiang Chen spent a whole day visiting many interesting places. However, it was also quite funny to see that many of the landmark attractions that both of them visited were considered to be industries under his name. For example, Building 109, Shinjuku Commercial Street. It was more touring his own back garden than sightseeing. Although the pedestrian traffic on the streets were a lot clearer after the T-virus crisis, the shops were still open for business. Throughout the day, Jiang Chen basically walked around, but at night. Jiang Chen found an excuse and let the maid go home first. The accompanying bodyguards had long helped him get rid of the trailing reporters. Jiang Chen attended the press conference only 2 days before. Now everyone knows he is there. With his current worth, and the exposure of media that does not match his worth, it was impossible for the reporters not to be interested in him. If the reporters followed him, he couldn't play. The sun shined over Ise Bay, it was a great day for a vacation. Typically, this golden beach would be full of beautiful youthful figures, but this time around there was barely anyone. The sky over the entire country was covered by gloominess. Invisible dark clouds lingered in the hearts of people. In the beach hotel next to Ise Bay, a Caucasian man sat across from an Asian man at the table. There were 2 cold drinks on the table. The drinks were filled with ice and reflected 2 equally cold faces. The Caucasian man looked at the table and broke the silence first. Do you have news of Tanaka? The Asian man shook his head. The Caucasian man remained silent for 2 seconds and continued to ask. Can you contact my lord? The Asian man suddenly smiled, the smile was helpless. You know, only Tanaka can. Tanaka kept his mouth closed about how to communicate with the Kurofune. Even to his confidant, he did not disclose more about the secret of the Black Ship. After all, for this semi-religious organization, to maintain the mystery of the Pope, can enable members to maintain awe and preserve the cohesion of the organization. However, the disadvantages of doing so was also obvious. As a spiritual leader, if he died, the entire organization would become a mess, and those secrets would also be brought into the tomb. Tanaka obviously did not take this into consideration. He also never considered that with a hack, he would die one day. What about Charles? Why didn't our brothers in Europe come? The Asian man asked. Charles is dead. Dead? The Asian man's face was a bit surprised. Since the Rothschild family took power, our brothers in Europe have had a hard time. Wily society have searched for us all over Europe. They think we have the golden apple in our hands. Those idiots are just as annoying as flies. A disgusted emotion flashed across his face, and the white man paused. Then he said, "The situation in the Americas is getting worse too. The last Tanaka mission was too hasty, and the missing pilot Gordon was found in Singapore. FBA has begun to investigate us. What about the Nippon side? When the T-virus leaked, the Nippon authorities and Takeda Pharmaceutical turned their backs on us." The haze on the Asian man's face deepened, and the teeth that had been biting the pipette gritted. "Overall?" asked the white man. "It's terrible." The Asian man replied with only 2 words. "I think so too." The white man smiled bitterly. The conversation suddenly stopped. The two sat in silence, as if in a daze, as if thinking about the future. The silence lasted for a long time. Suddenly, the white man spoke again. "You know. Since Tanaka has the Lord's blessing, why is he unable to resurrect? He is the spokesperson chosen by the Lord. This is not right." "What do you mean by this statement?" The Asian man seemed to have guessed what the white man wanted to say and frowned. "I mean, could we have been abandoned?" While the sentence was being said, both sides saw confusion and fear from each other's pupils. What should they do next? Yodo at night was covered by a layer of neon. Among them, Ginza was the most dazzling and defined the word prosper to the extreme. This is Yodo's most prosperous street and the best place to find fun. 3 Mercedes parked next to an exquisite club. The tall signs read Yoshihara Club. Jiang Chen has only heard that this was the most renowned club in Ginza and even in Nippon. It is said that the person who paid for the construction of this club at that time were a figurehead of the Liberal Party. The purpose of this investment was to allow politicians in his own circle to come to the club and enjoy themselves while negotiating secrets within the party. If they discussed at home, they may be filmed by reporters. If they discussed in the Congress halls, it would also be too uptight. So, they decided a private club would be the best choice. In the meantime, it was possible to strengthen relationships through some extra programs. By now, people who come here are not necessarily politicians. There are many large business owners and bankers. Because at the time of the establishment of this club, it was the highest straight club in Nippon, so all the people the club accepted had strict identity restrictions. Either you have to be a member, or you are brought in by a member, or you have to prove that your assets are more than 10 billion. The club will promise to keep secrets for its members. It is not that there are no reporters who want to sneak in and see what high-level ministers and big entrepreneurs played, but they have all disappeared, without exception. In the spirit of playing something upper-class, Jiang Chen came here. However, he just flashed off his passport and the club's reception lady invited him in respectfully. "Do you not need me to provide my proof of assets?" Jiang Chen joked. "Mr. Jiang, you're very comical," the reception lady said, smiling. "Who doesn't know now that you used $11 billion to sweep half of Yodo?" The reception lady quickly completed a membership form for him, and handed the membership card with golden edges to him respectfully. This membership card is for personal use only. It is the highest level membership card of Yoshihara Club and can be used to enter the club's most exclusive private room. After taking the card, Jiang Chen just glanced at it and threw it into his pocket. "Can I bring bodyguards?" "You are the most distinguished S-class member, so of course. However, the club has rules and bodyguards can only stay in the hallway, cannot enter rooms, and cannot carry metal objects. Your private room is 210. Do you need me to take you there?" "No, I'll take a look around." Jiang Chen was still curious about this fabled top-tier private club in Japan, and what kind of perverted stuff existed there. He heard that not only the private rooms had interesting entertainment, but there were also some cool stuff outside the private room. After finishing, Jiang Chen turned to the bodyguard behind him. "You don't have to follow and wait for me in the car." "Yes." Since they couldn't bring metal objects in, it was too troublesome to take off the kinetic skeleton. He will simply leave the bodyguard outside. He then followed the red carpet and walked down the corridor to the direction of the private room. On this road, he did see 2 public rooms. Someone was performing on the stage. However, what he was a little disappointed with was that the content of the performance was too serious. There was really no point in the night scene. However, when he gave it a thought, he was also relieved. After all, it was a high-end club, it would be inappropriate to display something that the public loved. The heaven, one, wasn't even this blatant. Standing in front of the stage, Jiang Chen was disinterested and turned to the door. "Excuse me, are you Jiang Chen?" After hearing someone call his name, Jiang Chen stopped and looked back. This person was dressed in a casual outfit, with thin hair combed back very neatly. He had a high nose and wide forehead, there was a bit of a powerful vibe surrounding him. Those who wanted to enter the gate of the Yoshihara Club would not be unknown characters. "And, you are?" "I'm Mitsui, and the family owner of the Mitsui Financial Group." Mitsui smiled and stepped in front of him. "I didn't expect to see the richest man in the world here. It's really an honor." "It's all false names. I'm still far from the richest man in the world." Jiang Chen laughed. "Excuse me for being straightforward, is it the first time that Mr. Jiang has come to this place?" Mitsui smilingly said. "Oh, why do you think so?" "Only people who come here for the first time will look around." Mitsui said, "If it's convenient, please allow me to take you around." "It's okay. I will just look around." Jiang Chen refused. "Believe me, you must be interested. After all, I'm a member of Kurofune's Asia division." At the word Kurofune, Mitsui didn't make a sound but only made the word out with his lips. Jiang Chen slightly narrowed his eyes, but his facial expression remained unchanged. "Oh. Then please, Mr. Mitsui, lead the way." "This way please." On the second floor, Mitsui took Jiang Chen into a chic private room. They sat on the sofa and Mitsui took a small pot of alcohol from the side and poured it into delicate porcelain cups. "Mr. Jiang doesn't seem very surprised about my identity." Mitsui was slightly curious. "What is there to be surprised about?" Jiang Chen said with a smile. The Kurofune without Tanaka was nothing to fear. Just like Future Group without Jiang Chen would be nothing. "Honestly speaking, your disregard makes me very depressed." Mitsui sighed. "You must have taken care of Tanaka. You should have seen it in the news." Jiang Chen smiled. Mitsui shook his head. "Here you can be rest assured that you can speak whatever you want. Mr. Jiang, stop playing riddles with me. You and I both know that bullets alone will not kill him, it at most will waste a replacement of his. If I haven't guessed correctly, he didn't die in Kenya but died in Yodo. It seems that you know a lot. So what? You confessed this to me, what is your purpose?" Jiang Chen looked at him and said indifferently. "I confess to you without any other intention." Then he paused for 2 seconds. Mitsui looked at Jiang Chen and said in sincere tone, "The Mitsui family became a member of the Kurofune just because of historical reasons. After the nature of the organization changed, we have been trying hard to draw a line with it. But under the threat of Tanaka, we are forced to settle with him. For example, to provide them with funds." Jiang Chen said with a sneer. Mitsui's expression was awkward. "Yes, but we have already introspected. To show sincerity." Mitsui took out a USB from his cuff and put it on the table. "This is. There is a list inside." Mitsui looked at Jiang Chen, the list of all Kurofune members in the Asian division. Jiang Chen pinched the USB and looked at Mitsui with intrigue. This guy is also very clever. It was only a matter of time before he will be finished as an accomplice to the Kurofune, knowing the end of the Kurofune. Jiang Chen was able to get rid of Tanaka in Nippon and his strength has already made Mitsui fear. Thus, he took the initiative to surrender to Jiang Chen, the enemy of the Kurofune, by providing him with the list in exchange for his name to be removed from that list. The reason why this list was given to Jiang Chen and not to the government was because he intended to use Jiang Chen's hand to kill those members of the Kurofian that are lurking in Asia. The fierceness of celestial trade will definitely not allow the members of the Kurofian who are exposed to remain alive. Since he has chosen betrayal, then the betrayal must be absolute. Even if one is still alive, Mitsui may live in fear. So, simply borrow a knife to kill people, he could remove all these problems. Interesting. Jiang Chen put away the USB as a smile emerged on his face. I hope this is enough to wash my sins, Mitsui said, falsely. It will, Jiang Chen smiled. Receiving a positive reply, Mitsui finally felt relieved and laughed. I would like to thank Mr. Jiang. In order to express my gratitude, your enjoyment today is on me. Just then, a suited bodyguard opened the door and walked to the side of Mitsui. Leaning over, he whispered 2 sentences. It seemed that he had heard some interesting news. Mitsui's eyebrows slightly raised, turned his head, and whispered a few words. The bodyguard responded and immediately walked out the door. Mitsui turned and looked at Jiang Chen. Speaking of which, it's my apology that we talked about business for a long time. I'm sure Mr. Jiang is here to relax. Right? We have a show to enjoy now. The voice just fell and the door of the room opened again. 2 burly bodyguards came in with a chair. Sitting in a chair, a beautiful woman was dressed in casual clothes. With adhesives plastered on her mouth, she maintained an indecent sitting posture, and her hands and feet were tied to the chair by nylon rope. Looking at the face filled with horror, Jiang Chen felt it looked familiar. No, the beauty writhed and struggled to break away from her chair. However, this chair was obviously an S&M specific prop, and could not easily be broken. Prepare 10 male actors and a video camera. Mitsui orderly with indifference. Yes, one of the bodyguards nodded. Hearing the words of Mitsui, the beautiful woman's expression turned more fearful. The 2 long legs tied with nylon rope desperately tried to kick out. However, no matter how hard she tried, the center of gravity of the chair was as steady as a rock, and there was no sign of loosening of the rope. After examining for a long time, Jiang Chen finally realized where he saw her. Isn't this the policewoman he saw in the morning? More than a dozen muscular men came in and there was a photographer. When Miss Kuai was completely in despair, Jiang Chen suddenly spoke. Leave her to me, it's a waste of a beautiful girl to shoot a movie. Mitsui chuckled and responded to Jiang Chen with a look that all men would understand. Then I will not bother. I hope Mr. Jiang will have a good time tonight. He gestured, turned around and walked outside the door. The others also left in succession, leaving only the 2 in the room. Seeing that she wouldn't have to suffer a miserable fate, Kuai took a sigh of relief, and tried to calm her breaths. Jiang Chen walked forward, teared the tape off of her mouth. Because the movement was too brute, tears almost came out of her eyes because of the pain. Oh, long time no see. Although not really that long. Looking at Jiang Chen's teasing expression, Kuai bit her teeth in humiliation and squeezed out a few words from her mouth. Quick, help me untie this. Why? Kuai was stunned. She had originally thought that Jiang Chen regained his conscience and decided to save her, but... Looking at her, the horrified expression returned to her face. Jiang Chen opened the camera in close proximity, and said evilly. Who said I'm going to untie you? A whip, a candle, or a Trojan, choose for yourself. Or, all of them. It seems like there were many props in the room. 1. The Heaven, a high-end club in China known for scandalous things. With a deep exhale, Jiang Chen took out a bottle of chilled red wine from the refrigerator. Without any regard to the string of zeros on the list price, he pulled out the corks, took 2 swigs from the bottle, and then wiped the sweat from his forehead. Leaning beside the refrigerator, he noticed an unfriendly sight. Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Kuai with messy hair while holding up the bottle from the distance. Want to have a drink? Delicate nose, high forehead, as well as some arrogance. Her student temperament has not yet faded away, she must have only graduated recently. Otherwise, she would not be able to do such a brainless thing. Sneaking in here to investigate? Is this place that easy to sneak into? Unfortunately, she sneaked in casual clothes. If she wore a uniform, it would be even more perfect, especially with her pair of long legs. It was hard to imagine that the island nation known for short chubby legs would have a pair of perfect legs like these. However, one thing did surprise Jiang Chen. It was the girl's first time. Looking at the bright red that slid to the rug along the stool's legs and her white ankles, his mouth formed a curvature. I'll interpret that as you have agreed. Anyway, someone is treating, it would be a waste not to drink it. Jiang Chen took another bottle of red wine from the refrigerator. This time he looked at the label. Good Lord, a bottle of red wine was 100,000, and it was $. Although he drank more expensive wine before, he still felt shocked by the price. The things in this room were really not what the average person could afford. With 2 bottles of wine, he walked back to Miss Kwai. Jiang Chen then sat on the sofa opposite of her. His sight enjoyed the graceful body for a moment. Looking at the grieving expression on her face, Jiang Chen laughed. Looks like you have one. Is your boyfriend an eunuch? You devil. Tears hung from the corner of her eyes and Kwai squeezed out the sentence from her teeth. On the contrary, I helped you to get rid of the devil and saved you. Jiang Chen put on some clothes, pulled out the SD card from behind the camera, and looked at her with a smirk. And actually towards the end, you were cooperating pretty well, weren't you? A blood-red color crawled from her neck to her ear. Kwai gritted her teeth and stopped talking. Don't look at me like that. Jiang Chen looked at her hateful gaze and stood up. Walking beside her, he leaned over and whispered in her ear. Even if I didn't do anything, do you think you could have escaped? You obviously don't realize where this is. Why don't you take a look around this place in a bit, maybe you can see your minister having a long conversation with a student. Of course, it may be the Prime Minister too. From the identity of the guests who enter and leave here, do you not realize anything? If you don't want to disappear from this world, you'd better be obedient. Jiang Chen gripped the SD card with a grin, he combed her hair behind her ear. Let today be a lesson. I don't care what you're trying to investigate about me, but I advise you to stop. Otherwise. After a pause, Jiang Chen approached her ear and said half-jokingly. I will have to educate you again. Jiang Chen heavily emphasized the word education. Judging from the scared look on Kwai's face, Jiang Chen knew very well that this chick was listening to him. If he really did not do anything, presumably the club would not let her go. Even if it were for the benefit of other members, they have to leave some blackmail in their hands, or simply let her disappear. Well, these reasons were all found after the fact. Jiang Chen did not think too much at the time. It was too inconsistent with his unscrupulous style not eating the meat in front of him. The SD was thrown into the storage dimensional and kept for his personal pleasure. Jiang Chen left the club, got in his own car, and returned to the suburban mansion. When he arrived home, it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Qian Xia had already fallen asleep. Jiang Chen did not wake her up. Instead, he returned to his room after washing up and fell asleep till dawn. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up early, jogged around the street, and then returned to the mansion to get on the computer and read the news. Not surprisingly, after the news that Tanaka was executed, Yodo's housing prices showed signs of recovery, and at least the momentum of a large-scale sell-off had been curbed. Just last night, Future Biology announced the licensing of T and TT virus vaccines to 11 pharmaceutical companies to expand the vaccine penetration rate and swore to kill the zombie virus in its bud. Every time these pharmaceutical companies produced a vaccine, they had to pay $1.50 in royalties to Future Biology. Because of these 2 pieces of news, people's fear of the T virus finally cooled down a lot. On the other hand, the the Bank of Nippon further expanded their monetary stimulus measures, the Congress also came up with a plan for recovery and construction. All these played a positive role in Nippon's domestic economy. The exchange rate between the yen and the USD rose, but it would take some time before these rescue measures become effective. According to an analysis by professional managers hired by Jiang Chen, housing prices in Kyoto were still seriously undervalued. The total value of the $11 billion properties he acquired in Kyoto, after falling to $9.7 billion, rose back to $10.5 billion. By the time the Nippon economy recovers to the level before the outbreak of the virus, the $11 billion in real estate could potentially increase by 10-folds. Hearing this, Jiang Chen could not help but regret not buying more. There were still more than $20 billion in his private account. Although the value was low now, there was no trading volume. Those small buildings may still be on the market, but the landmark buildings, such as the 109th building, were definitely not being sold anymore. Jiang Chen was considering whether the information on Tanimura should be exposed or left to be used as a threat against the Nippon government in the future. If directly leaked, Nippon's economic situation will undoubtedly deteriorate once again, and he would be able to take the opportunity of the disruption to acquire several more properties and companies. When Jiang Chen browsed the website, Qian Xia brought breakfast for him and a cup of aromatic freshly ground coffee. Then, she gently said, "Master, enjoy. If there is anything you need, just call me." "You go ahead." Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. After Qian Xia left the room, Jiang Chen opened several other pages. After seeing nothing interesting, he took out the USB from Mitsui and downloaded the list. Looking at the long list, a smile began to form. Excellent, as long as this list is sent to the ghost agents, it will be a game of mouse and cat. The name of Mitsui was removed. He downloaded the list to his watch and sent it to Aisha through Jean. She then dispatched the ghost agents deployed in Asian countries to perform assassination missions. After these tasks were completed, Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair and stretched. Just as he was planning what to do, the watch on his left hand vibrated suddenly. It was news from the apocalypse. The destroyer wandering near Wanghai finally made a move.